Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader live in studio for Capital Preservation Friday. I am taking the place of Jimmy Cagnina, but we also have Shy Girl, otherwise known as Tracy Shuchart, our senior market economist.
Good morning, everybody.
So we're going to have PAX here in about 10 minutes. Happy to be here on a Friday. A little change of pace. Instead of starting off with Jimmy and PAX, you got you and I, and let's do our thing. So anything going on? Any tweets or anything coming out this morning that we should know about?
Trump tweeted this morning, I think 80% is good on China tariffs. Markets kind of didn't know what to do with that since all the other headlines all morning were talking about 60% tariffs on China. So markets kind of went a little bit lower on that one.
Give us the lay of the land right now. We're going to be bringing PAX in. We're going to be talking with him about all of this stuff and see how much, what he thinks of all of this. But give us the lay of the land right now, Shai. Where are we? We had the UK deal last night. How big of a deal was it? Anything else we need to know?
So we had the US-UK deal. It's literally a deal in principle. They still have to iron out the details. But, what we know so far is there will be 10% tariff. And that's all, but we don't know on what or how or when this all takes place. But there's the deal. Markets didn't like it initially, and then we rallied towards the end of the day. Trump tweeted out again yesterday, "Buy stocks now."
Yeah.
Last time he said that, we rallied 10%. So, but it didn't happen yesterday.
Yeah.
So we have that going on. We have a gaggle of Fed speakers today. As you know, FOMC blackout is over with. So overload on the schedule today. Earlier this morning, we had Fed's Barr. He basically reiterated what Powell had said and said, we're worried about higher inflation with these tariffs. We're worried about unemployment. So he didn't really say anything that Powell did. So we'll see, what else that these speakers have today. We have 8:30. We have Fed Williams, 8:30, also Fed Barkin. 10 o'clock, we have Goolsbee. 11:30, we have Waller and Williams.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Right. So they're bringing them all out today.
This is unbelievable. To the UK deal just for a second. Small win, big win. Are we doing much with them? Does it matter?
Well, I guess it's a win, but it's not really a win because there's no real details. I mean, we just know it's 10%. And then Trump said also, now we can move on to bigger countries or something like that, at which the UK did not really appreciate that comment at all.
Yeah. Well, I think to put it in context, I think he's probably talking about bigger trade deals that they have with other countries, not necessarily bigger countries, right?
Yeah, but it was just the way
still
that
a little,
came out.
Yeah.
So Trump administration is meeting with China this weekend, so all eyes on that in Geneva, Switzerland. Depending on the outcome of that, markets could move largely on the open Sunday night, so definitely want to be paying attention to anything that comes out of that meeting.
Yeah, what comes to mind when I see all this going on, you got all this Fed speak, it is Capital Preservation Friday, so that will be the topic throughout the morning. Short-term traders, make sure you're working your stops. I'm a swing trader. I don't want overnight risk right now. I talked about this week. I'm keeping the powder dry. I'm doing very little to nothing at this current moment. It's like at any point in time, any one of these markets could move on a dime in the opposite direction. It's always the case, but when things are starting to come up with tweets and posts, and big country leaders are meeting, and we know tariffs are in conversations. We think, at least we know, yeah, they are. It's hard to know where any of this is going to land. It's impossible, let's be honest. And I don't know really, across the board this morning, we didn't talk about what's happening. You got ETH up 10% today, so Ethereum's up 10%. You got Bitcoin back to 103,000. 10 years stays right at roughly the 4.3 to 4.4% range it's been in. Bonds are down just a little bit today. I'm going to talk to Pax about that. So what happens is you got the short end up. So rates are coming down on the short end, just, little bit. But the long end, they're up just a skosh. You've got silver up a third of 1%, platinum up almost 1%. You got gold up 1% again. Boy, gold has just been moving like nobody's business, man.
Crazy volatile. We got crude up 2% today, so we're up over $61. And kind of hopium on a China trade deal, plus that market was really oversold and sentiment was, as you know, we talked to Helene about that. So I feel like we've got some hopium and some short covering going on in that market.
Yeah, crude oil. I was long it. I made like 20 cents on it. It was a great swing trade. Fantastic. I didn't want overnight risk, and it's done nothing but gone up since I covered it. But that is what it is. Natural gas up 2% again today, Shai. That thing, every day I look at it, it's up 1%, 2%. What's going on there?
So, a lot of that has to do with the fundamentals of the situation. We've gotten a lot of FERC permits for new projects out of Louisiana and Texas for LNG terminals. What that means is that our natural gas is no longer landlocked. We can export it out to the market. And so that helps put kind of a floor underneath those prices.
Got it. Dollar today, you've got down a little bit across the board. It's flat against the Swissy, but pretty much everything else it's down against. Thoughts on what's happening there with the dollar today?
So, I think it wasn't surprising when we saw the Fed hold. We kind of saw the dollar get stronger. Again, I still think, this administration wants a weaker dollar. We're back over 100. We'll kind of see how that goes. Again, it's also subject to tariff risk, obviously.
Yeah. And so light data, are we through all the earnings pretty much now? I didn't see much. Yeah. So we're through the earnings. We're through Fed, as we said earlier in the week. All that stuff is now behind us. And this is really, you could see the timing makes sense for the Trump administration to be tweeting and posting more. Unfortunately for day traders, it's not the easiest when you're going to probably see all this Fed speak today. You're going to have, I think Trump is going to be continuing to pound the pavement on tweeting and posting. It is what it is. Work your stops.
Exactly.
I don't know what to tell you.
And just be careful holding anything over this weekend, especially just because this is a huge deal with this China meeting in Switzerland, and who knows which way it could go.
So this meeting in Switzerland, is this specifically just for U.S. to speak with China there? So Besant is there with Jing. Okay. So this is a meeting set just for them. They're the only, there's not anything else kind of going on around them.
No, it's just nobody's expecting like a deal to happen, but people are hoping for some sort of framework and to maybe see those tariffs come down on both sides of the table and de-escalate a little bit. Nobody expects, an actual trade deal to happen, but we'll see how that goes. China sat at the table with the Trump administration in his first term and, walked away before. So, anything could happen.
Yeah. Anything could definitely happen. And this is a must-watch TV weekend to see what comes out. Is that Saturday or Sunday, or do we know the time of it?
They're meeting Saturday and Sunday. I don't have they didn't say the actual time, so. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's about that time. Capital Preservation Friday would not be Capital Preservation Friday without Pax. Let's bring in my big brother Pax for Capital Preservation Friday.
Ooh.
There he is. How you doing?
Good morning, handsome. How you doing? Did you see? I was just starting to type in. I was just starting to type in the chat something funny. Short Life Hack said, Deli got a palm trim. That made me laugh when I saw that. I was starting to type, and then you brought me on. Got a pompadour trim. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Hi,
he
Trace.
can be pretty funny, that short life hacks.
Hey,
Hey,
Tracy.
Pax, how you doing?
How you doing? You look great today.
How you doing? Oh, you're lovely.
There you go.
So,
Oh,
Pax,
good.
Capital
Hey.
Preservation Friday. You know we've got a lot going on with in terms of headlines. Talk us through the mindset coming in on a Friday morning, knowing what we've got in front of us. We've got Fed speak, we've got Xi meeting with Percent this weekend, and I know we're going to get to technicals. You and I, we're going to talk about levels because we know that's the main focus. But what's the mindset coming in on Capital Preservation Friday?
Well, I have not found these last couple of weeks very easy to trade. We can't sustain a rally, and we try and then kind of fall back to the opening range or below it. We can't sustain a break either. We try and then we kind of gap higher and we drift. Those I tweeted about it the other day, and Mike Carmignani jumped on it too because he knows how badly I hate these dreaded creeping rallies. I can lose an absolute ungodly amount of money in these sorts of markets. And Carmignani used to clerk for me, so he knows. Anyway, these are not easy markets to trade. I like momentum. I like markets that are going to move someplace. And we just when we keep coming back to the opening range and then gapping, keep coming back to the opening range and gapping. It's just not an easy trade. So I'm looking for short little swings that I can grab, pull a few bucks out of, and then hopefully have something for a little bit of a bigger move if anything happens out of these meetings, and certainly with any of the Fed speakers that we have this morning. Is this going to move us? I am certainly not going to. I am not willing to spend a whole lot of money in these markets. I haven't been, not until we have a real clear goal as to what the market is trying to accomplish. What is interesting to me, and I tweeted about it, I don't know, a little bit earlier this morning, is that the bonds are at very important levels. 113.30, the 30-year bond in the long end. We're now below it just by a couple of ticks. But if we stay below this level, then we're going to trade back down to another point to 112.27. We take that out, we'll be at the lows of April, and that could put equities into kind of a precarious position. So I don't know. Higher rates is not something I think that the market will like, but higher rates is also something that could get the president jawboning and maybe making some more deals, and announcing deals. Who knows? Who knows? But I am not willing to spend a whole lot of money in these markets. If I made money this week, I'm going to preserve and protect it. If I had a rough week this week, I'm not chasing it. I'm going to take it easy, and I'm going to wait for the market to come to me, and I'm going to take my setups, and I am not going to over leverage, and I'm not going to overspend, and I will not overtrade.
Nobody
There.
puts anybody in a better mindset than you. So I love that to start off Capital Preservation Friday. It's not often you and I get together with Shy. My question for you is, what questions do you have for Shy about what's happening in the macro backdrop?
Tracy, at what point is something obviously broken? And I don't mean necessarily in the equity market, but I mean in the bond market. When does uh, um, when do the bonds force the president into more of a conciliatory tone?
Well, I think much lower. I mean, Besant has come out, been very vocal. He wants that 10-year yield down, right? Which is not happening right now. So, I think if we get close to 4.5%, I think they're going to get very vocal.
That's close.
It's not that far, but that's kind of the pain territory for them. And if we see above that, you're really going to see something done from the administration.
Isn't that crazy? So just like on Fed Day the other day, we were together in March. You remember we were in Naples on Fed Day, and the market had really good price action, really good movement. The S&P rallied from like 56.17 up to that 57.70 area, and then we retraced those same prices on Liberation Day, rallied back up to 57.70, and then fell apart. So the other day with Powell talking, and completely non-committal. I forget what phrase he kept using over and over again, but there weren't he just he refused to say anything
Wait
that was
and
positive
see.
or negative. Wait and see. That's it. 18, 19 times. And Trump came out and relaxed some, when nothing happened in the market, then President Trump came out and relaxed some tariffs. We rallied, and of course we didn't sustain that. I mean, the whole thing is just, it's unprecedented and it's interesting. It's very interesting. I don't think we've seen, well, okay, here's my thing, and I talked about this a little bit last night on a space, is that I think there's a lot of complacency in this market. Dip buyers are long and expecting the market to hold this, and we can be at the lows pretty quickly. And the bear market rally people, and that I'm in that camp. Although I'm flat, are short and selling more up here. Yeah. So if the bonds continue and the notes continue to just if rates continue to steadily rise at the long end, man, what is that going to do with equities? That's
Nothing
scary.
good.
No,
Exactly.
Well, it depends on what side of the market you're on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, nothing good in terms of higher prices. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. I think that'll put a lot of pressure on the equity markets for certain.
And Shai, before we let you go this morning, anything else you want to kind of put insight on for Pax and I and the traders out there watching for today that we should be alarmed for?
Let me leave with some good news. Let's put it that way. So we have seen Chinese exporters prepare to get goods to the U.S. moving again. So China-based shipping agents have resumed buying container space for goods headed to the U.S. Because we did see sailings drop 60% from in April from those loadings, and that's everybody was worried about empty shelves, and this is a problem. So it looks like we're preparing to have more shipping to the United States. So that is a good thing for consumers worried about higher prices and empty shelves.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this with Mike Green earlier this week. What's interesting is that, and Pax, I don't know if you caught that one with Mike Green. I think maybe we'll talk about that just as a quick second. He talked about how inflation really has come down a lot, but the consumers aren't noticing it because they're still focused on the grocery prices, which of course that makes sense, obviously. Right. But overall, inflation has come down substantially by a lot of metrics. So what I think really goes back to what Pax said to you about the question of like, where does the bond market really start to force the hand of, not only just I think this administration, but the Fed. The reality is that inflation has come down. So we're not even going to be talking about rate hikes by any stretch.
Right.
But ultimately they're going down they're going up for different reasons. And I think that becomes very interesting.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see how things go with the whole tariff situation. Does inflation rear its head again, or does it turn out that really it's just 10% across the board, which the market can certainly handle that.
Yeah. Any last questions for Shai, Pax, before we let her go today?
Trace, yes, I do. Gold. What about why this crazy volatility in gold?
I think, even though we pulled back, we haven't really been seeing huge pullbacks in gold, maybe 200, 250 points. I mean, that is a lot if you're day trading it, but as far as pullbacks go, they're pretty shallow. And I think gold is still in high demand in Asia. We're seeing a lot of gold buying in Asia, not only from the central banks, but from retail, as well as futures traders in China are piling in this in gold, and that's helping lift prices here as well. But again, it's very volatile because we don't know what's really happening with everything. Every day is like risk on, risk off, risk on, risk off. I still think this market is in an uptrend, and it's still viable on dips. Just remember the dips tend to be shallow, but the demand, the physical demand is absolutely there.
Interesting times. Crude's all over the place. Crude's back up to 61.09. I heard you talking about that earlier. That's great. So a lot of interesting things setting up on the board today, and I mean, a Captain Obvious thing to say. We're either going to be really busy, early, and then peter off and die, or we're just going to be quiet all day long and sit. It's going to be interesting, and setting the board up for an interesting week next week.
Yep.
For sure.
All right, Pax, you and I are going to go to the charts now. We're going to talk about some of
Bye,
your
Trace.
key levels. Shai, you're the best. I will see you in studio in a little bit, but everyone else will see you Monday or in chat.
All right.
Bye, Trace. I love you. Best in the business, Anthony.
All right,
Best in the
Pax.
business.
She is. She's great, isn't she? She's here an hour before me every day, looking at all the news, reading, prepping me every morning, And it's nice for me because I can just walk in and go, hey, tell me what's going on.
Yeah, right.
And
Yeah.
I get it in 2 seconds. Yeah. So, Pax, where do you want to start today? Should we look at, you talked about the bonds. I pulled up the chart. Where do you want to start? Let's talk about some levels. Let's talk about what we potentially see coming into this Friday and beyond. I follow you today.
Well, okay. One in the bonds, 113 right here, 113.29 takes us another point lower to 112.27. Underneath there, that takes us down to the April lows, and we bounced hard off those lows and came back and retested them down to 111. 111.17 is the low of April 9, and then 111.21. So into that area. Now the corresponding prices in the S&P during those days were down around 5,000. 48.71 is when we made the low in the SPOOs. So I think that the correlation is going to be interesting, or the S&P bond spread, as Ira talks about, is going to be interesting here. If that level, if this level in the 30-year fails to hold, then I think we can see some downward pressure in the bonds, in interest rates again. If that's the case, we're trading at. We're trading. The indices are kind of trading in between. What I'll call macro levels. They're important levels, but 56.99 is in 56, 55, 56, 57, 56.99. But ultimately, the prices that I think are important on the upside that are acting as kind of a ceiling or resistance, as most people refer to it as, is going to be 57.25 to 57.35, that whole 10-point area. Above that, then to 57.70, but we cannot sustain an active bid. We get there, we trade above it, and then we come off. That doesn't make me feel especially confident in being long anywhere up here. If I was long from lower, I would absolutely be taking profit here. I would have already done so, with stops in to see where we're going to go. I don't have a lot of confidence that what's going to happen, and this is the scary part about these dreaded creeping rallies, or at least scary for me, is that when we move, it's going to be one-sided and it's going to be fast and furious. So if you're stuck on the wrong side and you're hoping it's going to come back, it's not going to come back. It's going to be one of those trades that start to run people over. And that's the complacency part that bothers me. You know what I mean? So I think the battle zone here I think 50%, we're kind of in between the range, between the high and the low. NASDAQ is above that, but the S&P is kind of churning at the top of it. Above here, we can trade we need to get above that 57, call it 57.29, 57.70. And then we'll be back up to that old quarterly pivot at 58.40, which is also the high of late March. We stopped at 58.37 and then broke like mad. That will be the 58.37 to 40 will be the determining factor as to whether or not we go back up to the early opening range at 59.49 or and then rally back up to all-time highs, or if we hold it, churn it, base at it, and then, you know, fall apart later on when there's tougher news. That's what I think.
When I go back to what you're talking about with the bond market, and I love how you made this point because it's something that I look at as well. If you go back to the 30-year, okay, and you talked about the 113 as potentially a breaking area. If it fails to hold, we could see the new lows in the bonds, and you make the correlation between where we were when the bonds were at that price. So basically, when the bonds were here, whatever that yield was, you can go back and look to see where we were in S&P. And like you said, so let's just do that real quick because that's important. So it was March 22nd was the last time we were at, April 22nd, I'm sorry, was the last time we were at 113, the level you talked about. And so when you go back there, we got to go to the 22nd here. And like you said, that low, when you go back to that low that day was 51.27. And so when you look at the S&P, if history repeats itself in any sort of correlating pattern, it doesn't necessarily mean that obviously we go back down there, but it does mean that the S&P, if it is higher and failing to hold a rally, it could start to reprice and reprice quickly. Is that basically what you're looking at, Pax?
Yes. The corresponding price to like this 113 level in the 30-year would be more like 53 even. I'm not saying that we're going to trade back down there. I'm just saying that if the bonds continue lower and they stay underneath this level, then that's going to be a drag on this rally. It's going to continue. It will be another drag on the rally. That doesn't mean that we break. We could just sit here and churn it. It just means that we'll have a hard time rallying any further than where we are. For the last couple of weeks, the bonds have been kind of sitting, but the bonds have been the most important aspect of the capital flows to me. And gold has been the best trade that we have. The gold has been the best opening range trade. It's been the best swing trade. It's been the best back and forth trade. It's been the best scalp. Depending on your time frame, short-term time frames, it's been a great scalp. When you're wrong, you got to get GTFO. You got to get out real quick. Get out when you can, not when you have to. And when you have something, when you have a good trade on, let it go. Let it go. Have your plan. As Mickey taught us, no matter what trade, no matter what market you're going to trade, you need to know what your outs are before you take the trade. You need to know where you're going to get out for an expense, or if you're wrong, and you need to know where you're going to get out for a profit. And if you're a good trader, you need to know where you're going to get out for profit and where you're going to add to your position. Because remember, most traders add to their losses. Great traders are going to add to their profitable trades.
Yeah, and look at you using 4-letter acronyms now. Look how far you've come. I mean, really, you're like hanging out with all these Gen Zers. I mean, look at you. I mean, who knows what's coming next? I mean, it's a mystery to me. You're a mystery man. Let's talk about some levels in gold.
Oh God.
Yesterday what?
I had to ask. Somebody wrote RN in the chat in my room. I had to text my daughter. What does RN mean? Right now, Dad.
I don't even know. Is it right now? Right now? Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I guessed it. Yeah.
I had to text my 15-year-old.
If they put all these 4-letter words in front of us, we'd never. You and I'd be here all day. We go. I don't know. I have no idea.
What's that mean? Yeah. I had to ask my 15-year-old. She's like, brah. That means right now, brah. If my daughter calls me brah one more time, I'm gonna beat her with her Louis Vuitton. Go.
Oh God.
15-year-old walking around with
well,
Gucci bag full of hundreds. All right, so gold.
I know, and they have all these different lingos and everything. Talk to us about where we are in gold, because when you look at this high to low, gold stabilized. I thought I was actually trying to get long. I was looking at this little gap here in gold. I was working 3180s for a swing position. I never got them, obviously. And now we had that rally up, and then we've come back down. We're kind of in the middle. We're kind of boxed out at this top part of this area. What are some key levels you're looking for?
We talk about trades that get away, right? The trade that got away for me this year was the gold long that I had at 29.16. I bought them at 29.16. I've talked about it on the stream before. I bought them at 29. I bought them good too. I paid Pharm, remove my risk. I put in a scratch stop. I get up, walk away, come back. I'm flat. We're 40 higher. We never look back. We made that high of 35.09, and it was a great trade. Okay, so the quarterly pivot for gold, we're right at it. 33.32. So we want to be long above 33.32 and
Really?
short below it. And we're trading right here. Now, gold right now is sitting. Yesterday it was, I mean, they had a wait, that's the pit session. I want to look at the L session. Yesterday they had a really nice break underneath it. Rallied to opened at 33.10, rallied up to 33.42 right here, and then came back underneath that 33.32 area and broke. Now we're churning it. So I want to be long above that level, and I want to be short below it in a swing sense. So above 33.32, I'm going to target 34.68, and then the high of 35.09. Underneath 33.32, we've got a lot of room on the downside to 32.03. Of course, we got to take out the yesterday's low, 33.72, and then 33.43, and then we'll see that level of 32.02. So just call it like 32.10. So 32.10 on the downside to 32.43, back up to 33.32. So a lot of room. If you want to, that's the swing trade. You want to scalp it, you want to be short below it and try to take $15, $20 out of it. Gold has been kind of rotating in $20 or $20 like rotations.
I like that. The hardest thing for me, I mean, I have a little, you and I, it's funny, you and I are so similar in so many ways when we have different approaches. I use your bigger picture levels as key levels for me. But the problem I have with this area right here is this is an area, again, the level makes sense, obviously, because they're your levels, but I'm trying to understand like how we execute this from a swing. Like, where would you put the stop? Because do you think I would have to put the stop? Because I want to be long gold. So like, do I have to wait for like an hourly close, or do you think if we're getting above it, am I buying it? And then what kind of buffer room am I giving myself a little bit below it? Like, because a day like today, as it comes back up into it, what's giving me that trigger to get in?
So from a swing standpoint, I'd wait until we got down to 33.32 because that's my risk. So I'm wrong underneath it. So from a swing standpoint, I would buy 33.32s and I'd use a 15 point or $15 stop because those I can make that back quick. I hate using that term, but I can turn that expense around pretty quickly when I find the momentum in the market because we're trading in like 25 handle rotations. So I can use a 10 to 15 point stop. The way that I trade is I'm going to buy 33.32s, and when I do, I'm going to pay attention to it. I'm going to try to buy them off the opening range. The opening range is a little bit above that, so I'm going to stay away from it. I'm paying attention to them on the domes and on charts. So if I buy 33.32s, it comes back up to 33.40, then I'm going to remove my risk and I'm going to raise my stop. And the trade either works or it doesn't. If it's going to churn that area, I don't want to be anything. I don't want to be long. I don't want to be short. I'd rather buy them on the way back up. So that's the way that I trade it is I'm not going to sit here and risk. I'm going to take the trade and it's got to work right away or it doesn't. If it doesn't work right away, then I don't want to trade it. Markets are doing one of three things at all times. They're going higher, lower, or nowhere. If they're going higher, I'm long. If they're going lower, I'm short. If they're going nowhere, I'm flat. And as an independent or retail trader, I can't stand that word retail because it seems to, cheapen what we do. But as a retail trader, I'm not a PM. I'm looking to catch trades that I can remove my risk on, raise my stop to a scratch or break even, stay out of the way of the market, and find the momentum that way with very, very little risk and very, very little capital outlay. If the trade works, beautiful. If it doesn't, that's okay. There'll be other ones, like that 29.16 one that I bought. If I were to put my stop $6, $10, $15 below my entry price, I'd still be long those. But I didn't. But I'd rather, again, another thing too, Very important. I would rather miss a move than to lose money any day of the week, because there's going to be another big one that I'm going to catch. And I don't need to be making up for lost time or lost money when I do catch it. That's a really
and I
important
think
aspect.
where you're really good, where you're really good is obviously execution. I mean, we could talk all about your strategy and your levels, but your execution to me is that fine line where you've always prevailed and always done exceptionally well as a trader. And what and I wanted to get to that point because I'm glad you talked about it. Is you'll be pretty active in an area that you like, and the reality is active in the sense of if you buy it or sell it and it works, you'll let it go. But if it's not going your way right away, you will get out of it, even though you might have a 15-point stop. Like if you were to buy 33, 32s in gold today and it were to go like 30 offer right away, you might be like, bail it, watch it go 32 bid, hold, work the bid again, versus like taking the full 15-point stop. The 15-point stop is there to protect you, but it's not necessarily that you're going to just let it go immediately. Or you want to see it working at your price areas. So you might get nicked a couple of times, but ultimately, when it starts to go, you've been very good at holding it. Then that stop stays in place. You work your scales, and that's it.
But not only just holding it. So yeah, I'll hold it up to 34.60. But not only just holding it, Ant, I'm going to add along the way. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that capital that I've locked in after the market starts to rotate up that way. I'm going to use that capital that I locked in once I paid for it to add to that position, and that is um, I believe that's the absolute key to a long-term successful career. You've said it a million times, and it's a line that I've borrowed or stolen from you. Go big, go small, or not at all. We all need to know when to do those things. My stats don't mean much to me. I don't care about my win rate. I stopped tracking it a very long time ago. Put me in my own head and made me chase chase a win rate as opposed to look how to use the capital that I've locked in that trade in a right or right out fashion in order to be able to add to my positions. I want to be able to go from a 4 lot to a 14 lot in the S&P or an 8 lot to a 32 lot in whatever. I want to be able to increase my size along the way. In a profitable trade, not dollar cost average a loss. We're traders. We're not PMs. And so like to another point that you made too, 33, 32 is the quarterly pivot. So I want to be long below it. I want to be long above it and short below it. And we're trading right at it. So I don't mind taking a long here at 33, 34 and putting in a 33, 32 stop to reverse, to get out of my longs and to get short. That's the quarterly pivot. 56.17 is the quarterly pivot in the NAS. I mean, in the SPOOs. Long below that, short below it. Long above it, short below it.
Yeah, we're going to go to S&P in a second. And just to talk about, big, small, not at all. I mean, that's been the storybook of my career. The first year I ever made 7 figures, my win rate was like in the 30s something percent. And everything I did was just pounding winners. I mean, that's just been, I've always been an over and aggressor. And I know that you and I, we learned that from watching people offering into the pit. I mean, I remember standing in the pit watching Praz and just being like, is this guy ever going to get out of him? I'd be like, does he just keep selling, or Joey? And you're just like, and that's the mindset I got. Once he got, a level that he liked and it went his way, keep pressing him. A little bit harder in these markets as much so, Pax, because they move so much quicker. You know what I mean? You're like, you buy them and sometimes they go your way so fast. You're like, well, I kind of can't. Am I going to add to this now? It's kind of like, it's, but nonetheless, it's adding to the winners that's been something that's been very huge for both of us. I want to go to NASDAQ. I know you're not watching it, or I know you're watching it always, but I know you're not trading it as much as SPOOs these days. What are the key levels we're watching here in NASI?
Oh God, the NASDAQ the NASDAQ has been a great a great trade. Anyway, so Tanya said yesterday. Tanya said yesterday in the feed that she thought the Nasdaq, that the S&P was stronger. I think that the S&P was leading, I thought it was. I think it's the opposite. I think that the Nasdaq is stronger. So the quarterly pivot in the Nasdaq is 19,450. We're almost 1,000 points above that. The S&P is only 100 points above it. So 19,450, the quarterly pivot. The next big levels that the Nasdaq was churning on Fed Day were 19,747 to 19,808. So that gives us that 19,800 level, within that 50-point range, 750 to 800, gives us that solid base range. As long as we're above that level, then we're going to trade. We're going to trade up to 20,200, which is where we are. And above that, the next level is 20,378. 20,378. Then 20,693 or 20,693 in our neighborhoods. And then above that is the next, is the December quarterly pivot is 20,947. Or as Gigi would say, 20,947. So 20,947 and 20,947 corresponds with 5840. Those are the old quarterly pivots. So, I think that this gives us those levels from 19,808 to 20,200 right here to 20,378 to 20,693 to 20,947 gives us a solid roadmap to be able to swing our way between these levels. The NASDAQ has got these big ranges. What is the ATR in the NAS? The ATR has obviously come down a bit, but it's still big. It's still 400 points. We have a 400-point ATR. That means that we have plenty of 60, 65 handle swings that we can catch in the NASDAQ that are going to take us from the opening range to macro level, or, quarterly pivot to quarterly pivot, old quarterly pivot to new quarterly pivot.
Yeah, and I think the key for you looking at who's stronger or not, and I think this is important, Tanya's looking at it from her 4-hour time frame, and I'll talk to her about this actually on Monday. Yeah, and then you're looking at it on a relative basis to where the NASDAQ is to your quarterly pivot to where the S&P is to its quarterly pivot.
And the lows.
And that's a key differential. Yeah.
And, the
we
low
got Sarah's in the house.
Sarah, you here?
She's not in studio yet. We'll bring her in here with you, though. Don't worry.
Good. I love that kid. 16,000, it's the 16,600 level. That's the pit low. The all session low in the NASDAQ is 16,400, 16,450. So, 16,450. The low of the SPOOs, was 1,000 points lower. We're 900 points lower. But man, so I'm looking at the market. I'm looking at the corresponding prices from the quarterly pivots, macro levels, but also from lows. And that is a much bigger percentage move off the downside lows in the NAS than it was in the SPOOs. And I get that. I should have said that too. That Tanya's talking about a 4-hour time frame. She's looking, and I think that's actually very smart, looking at wider base time frames than the shorter swings that are ultimately going to, leave us wanting. You might be able to, in these shorter scalps, you might be able to take some money out of the market, but eventually you're going to get run over, or you're just going to severely limit your money making ability. If my goal is to take 10, 15 points out of the S&P, then, why am I leaving 100, 200, 150, 500 points on the table, or even 30 or 40 points intraday? I want to be able to, as you said earlier, take more out of the market and look for places to add to my position. I don't want to take more back and forth scalps. I want to take less trades. I want to take more out of the market, and I want to be able to add to them along the way.
A stronger hand in the market. A couple things I want to highlight real quick. So Tracy just put out, White House senior advisor has said everything going on with Swiss meeting with Chinese is positive. Of course it is. White House senior advisor has said 24 other trade deals are close to being resolved, which is good. So we got Sara in studio. You can hit mute for now, but we'll bring you in soon. Yeah. We got Sara here. She's not in frame yet, but I can hear her. Also, I also want to say something real quick too, Pax. We've been doing this, 8-9 weeks now. We've gotten over 16,000 subscribers on YouTube. It's been amazing having you here every Friday, and just really the entire NinjaTrader Live network has been unbelievable. Fantastic start. So everybody hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Because of you, it's supporting us and being here with us, and more people subscribing to the network. It keeps us going, and we've had some amazing macro guests throughout the week. We've obviously had amazing traders coming in here trading live every single day. So thank you all for being here with us. And you got me out of not being here on a Friday, Pax. For you, if it wasn't you, I wouldn't be here. That's it. I draw the line. That's it.
I think if it wasn't for Cags taking a day off, you wouldn't be here. You'd be on the golf course.
I know. Everyone thinks I'm on the golf course on Friday. It's funny. I'm actually in here in a hoodie. I get to relax. I get to watch Sara having a breakfast sandwich. It's nice.
Yeah, I know. I know. Seriously, I've never said this out loud, but I'm going to say it again. Hit the like button. That makes me feel young when I say this. Smash the like button. Makes me feel like I'm in my like I'm young and hip. Come on, there's only 21 likes.
I know.
Hit the damn like button, for God's sakes.
Let me see how many. Yeah, I mean, Jesus, a couple old timers like us in here, they can't give us, a couple hundred likes with all the people in here. I love it when Kane is in here. He goes, there's 500 and something people in here right now. We only have 100 and something likes. He goes, the rest of you are lazy. I think that's hilarious that he does.
Yeah, lazy.
So all you have to do is hit the like
there's
button.
Still only
That's
21
great.
likes. Come on. What's wrong with you guys?
No, you can't see it updating. We'll tell them in his ear that there's more likes than that.
Oh, good.
No, we've only got you for. We've only got you for 13 more minutes. We're going to bring in Sara here soon, because we got to have. If I'm in studio today with Sara, we got to have me, you, and Sara for a few minutes. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I want to go over this last headline from Shy, and then I'm going to talk to you about a couple things. Francesco Medici, all depends on what goes on in the meeting this weekend during Trump's first term. The meeting with the Chinese did not go well, and they walked away. Pax, this is what we're going to be dealing with, man. This is what we're going to be dealing with.
That's the case. I want to see some downward pressure here. We're sitting here at 57 even. Oh, come on.
Total. So we're going to get, we got about 10 minutes. What do you want to go over on the charts? Or is there anything else you want to talk about? This is your Friday. I'm just here supporting you. Look at, I'm here. I'm all dressed up for you. What do you want me to do? What do you want to go over?
I love your glasses, by the way. So,
well, listen, if it was you and I today, look, we're twinsies today.
I had my black frames on, and I had to take them off. So, I can't wear the same things. But look at this. I wanted to show you this. I finally broke down and got a pair of these shoes that you wear.
Oh, man, look at it. This is unbelievable.
Most uncomfortable shoes I've ever had on my feet.
You got, your hair's getting more of a pomp. I notice he's getting tanner. His teeth are getting whiter. I got Kane coming for me. Listen, something's happening here. I'm getting squeezed. I can feel it.
Yeah. I got to wear these uncomfortable shoes so I can be cool like you. I'm putting my on-clouds back then.
Wait till you see how good Sara looks today with her glasses on, and she's got her headset on.
Oh, Sarah's gorgeous. I wanted to talk. I don't really see anything interesting in the markets. I don't, except for the bonds and gold holding this quarterly pivot. But as I said at the onset of the show, this isn't a market that I really want. I'm really interested in spending a whole lot of dough in. I haven't really traded it. There isn't a whole lot of interesting things going on. It's not worth my money. I don't have any clear, the market doesn't have any clear momentum. It's basing and sitting here again until we either take, we head back south or we head back up north. So I'll wait for the market to start to move, Now, And capital preservation Friday is going to remind me to not try to make too much of the week that just doesn't come, and to not chase money that I spent. If I lost money this week, it's lost, it's gone, it's history. Move on to the next trade. And if I made money, I need to protect it, and I take it out of my trading accounts. I'm not here to grow my trading accounts. I'm here to grow my personal accounts. If I want to start to trade a little bit bigger size, then I've always found it best to move money that I've earned back into my trading accounts. So I take, it's a different mindset. So I take a little bit more ownership of that. Don't start to trade more size just because you've got more money in your accounts. Just trading, adding a unit or 2 units, adding a contract or 2 or 3 to your unit size should be a well thought out business decision, taking in a variety of factors, and not one made on the fly just because you made some money during the week. That's a passport to poverty. So make those good decisions and give the market your time, not your money. There will be whether, for me, this has been a great year. You're going to have all of us, if you survive. This is another Mickey thing, Mickey Hoffman. If you survive, you'll thrive. And because all of us are going to have those career-making trades, and all of us, where you'll remember there'll be a top 5 or 10 trades that you made in your career. They'll come for you. They'll be there. I don't think it'll be today, but they're going to be here. So don't over leverage today. Those days are coming. Every one of us are going to have those trades that make our year. Those really, really big. How was your year last year? Well, I was consistent, but I had these 10 really big days. Likewise quarterly, likewise monthly, likewise weekly, and likewise maybe during the day. So the key to get to those big trading swings or days or weeks or months or quarters is to survive markets that aren't going anywhere by either trading very small and limiting your own turns, or just not trading at all. When you see, there's a bunch of old trader sayings like, have a hunch. I don't like, this isn't a game, but the saying is have a hunch, bet a bunch. So when in doubt, stay out. And the way that I turn that a little bit to fit my mindset is, instead of having a hunch and betting a bunch, I'm not going to do that. But when I do find a trade that I do catch the momentum on, I'm going to look to add to that trade. I'm going to look to add to my profit, because I want to be able to exploit my profit. I don't want to be able to just sit on it, pat myself on the back and say, hey, nice trade. I took 15 points out of that trade. That's not a bad trade. But if the market has given me 100 and I took out 15, then I left a lot on the table. And I want to be able to add along the way. Go big, go small, or not at all. When do I trade? When do I not? When do I go big? When do I not? That's the key to a long-term profitable career. I need to be able to manage my risk. That'll get me to break even. And then I need to be consistently profitable by taking more out of the market. And then I need to learn how to exploit my profit so I can become financially free. And that means adding to my profitable trades, not adding to my losses. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
way to set the
what
tone.
we're talking about.
No, that's what I always want you to talk about that. That's why we love having you here on Fridays. You set the tone. I think you set the tone, obviously, beyond Fridays for everybody in the network. And I think that probably all the traders that are on live throughout the week come in and listen to you. I think you're the best, best in the business in terms of setting the tone and getting people in the right mindset. You're really built to help other people. You always have been. You're generous with your time. And I call you if I have any sort of issues, and we laugh, we cry, and this is a part of the business that people don't really get access to, and that's why having you here on a Friday, not to close out the week, but really it sets the tone for the overall network, in my opinion, and is for to be good people and just to have a good positive mindset. You and I, that's the one thing. If you go back and look at all the people we've known over the years from the floor, you and I are two of the most positive people. And we're still here.
And we're still
that's
standing.
The one thing about you and I. That's we're still standing. And we never were the richest, we never were the best, and we know that. But what we did, we made a lot of money. But the one thing that we always said was, no matter what, we were always very happy and always very positive. And it's what kept us alive. It's the reality.
To that point, I remember burned vividly in my mind, walking up to Spike's office. Spike was our clearing firm. Walking up to Spike's office, you were sitting on the computer, and I just got killed. I was down a couple of 100,000 for the day, or 100,000 for the day. I was just kind of walking around looking for something to do. And you were sitting at the screens, and I can tell you were having a good day. Uh, you turn around all happy. Hey, Pax, what's up, Ant? We sat and had a great conversation for like 5-10 minutes about nothing, just laughed and talked like we do. And I went back on the floor, and I ended up having a really good day, because just going up to talk to you changed the outlook of, changed the feeling inside of the pit of my stomach, became a little bit lighter, and my spirit became a little bit more free. And I became less encumbered. I became less encumbered by the loss that I had through the day, and a little bit, my spirit was, a little bit lighter, and that gave me the ability to be able to concentrate and focus on the next trade. Maintaining that sort of a feeling, I think, is integral to being a long-term profitable trader, and that's what I've always appreciated that about you and our relationship, is that we can lighten each other's loads and lighten each other's spirits a little bit, so that we're free and not encumbered by our last trades, but free to take the next one. That sounded.
I'll never forget the time where. Yeah, I'll never forget the time there when I went into Mickey Hoffman's office, and I was having a rough day. I went in, I sat down with him. Hey, Mick, how you doing? He's like, talk to me, Aunt. What's going on? And I just went over everything. He's like, do you know what your greatest strength is? And I'm like, not really, because I'm not making money. I don't know what's going on with me right now. I don't know. Do I have any strengths? He's like, you're a great healer. He's like, you talk to me all the time. You're always optimistic. He's like, that's why you will exist in this business. And I was like, man, I never really thought of that as a strength. But he put that in my mind to understand that. And, internalized stress over the years for me, you and I have had our health problems, thank God we've overcome them. But as positive as we've been, we don't talk enough about this. And that's why I will be back on some Fridays to continue these conversations we have. I've got a few minutes left because we're going to bring Sara in. I want to do a quick recap. Pax, I know you can go through these like almost like the way you remember these numbers is incredible. It's always been impressive to me. Let's go over a quick round for the S&P and maybe the NASDAQ on the key levels to watch for today for those that are just joining us now. Let's go to the daily here. I got Pax levels on my chart. Key levels to watch that are that you're keeping in the back of your mind for pivotal levels.
56.99 in the S&P. 56.99. Above it takes us to 57. We'll call it 57.29. It's like a 10-point range. Above that takes us to the high of March 19th, which is the last Fed day when we were in Naples, up to 57.70, and it's also the high of Liberation Day. And more than that, it's the 200-day moving, the simple 200-day moving average. So above 57.29, the market wants to trade up to 57.70. If we can get above there, then back up to December quarterly pivot at 58.40. If we can get above there, then we're going to trade back up to 59.50, 59.49, the yearly opening range, and above that we'll go to all-time highs. Below 56.99, we go back to the quarterly pivot at 50. Well, we got 56.57, so pay attention to that level too. But underneath there, we go back to the quarterly pivot at 56.17. Underneath 56.17, the next swing target is going to be 55.06 to 16, and we called it 55.09 since me, you, and Tracy did that podcast. That Spaces before you started NinjaTrader Live, like a month, 2 months ago, and I talked about that being a swing low, and that was the low. And we rallied back up to 58.30 from there. Anyway, underneath 56.17, 55.06 to 16, and then underneath that we head back down to like 53.95, and then 52.82, and then 51.54, and then 51.09, 51.01, 50.50, and then back down to 49.49, which is, takes us back down to the lows. I don't know. So we've got a clear path, a clear roadmap, either higher or lower from here, and I'm not looking I'm not gonna place my bets. I'm going to wait for the market to trade higher or lower, and I'll get long or I'll get short. I'm not gonna guess which direction it's gonna go. NASDAQ.
And what's interesting to me, Pax, yeah, let's go to NASDAQ real quick. But I just want to say one thing interesting about the S&P is that you've got this gap of area between the 5617 quarterly number, and it really, to me, if it gets below there, and I mean, you can just see how much it's been holding that level for you. If it gets below there, that's when we start to get pretty busy back to that 5509-ish area.
Yeah.
So that's just something to keep in mind on. You never know, news comes, that's a big level to watch. All right, let's go to NASI.
Yeah, and there'll be fresh selling underneath 5617, as there'll be fresh buying above 5770-ish. NASDAQ, so that'll bring new momentum. NASDAQ is going to be here is going to be like 20,200, above that to 20,378, 20,378. So another 140 points from here, and then above that 20,693, above that 20,947. 20,947. The corresponding price in the SPOOs are going to be 58.40. So let's see what happens underneath here. Underneath 20,200, we're going to trade back down to 19,800 to 820, someplace in there. And then underneath there, we need confirmation underneath 19,747. That takes us back down to 19,450. And it'll get interesting from there.
Got it. This was great, Pax. Wonderful to spend
Thanks,
Friday with you. But we're going to bring Sara in now.
Yeah, great
We'll talk
spending
for her
Friday
now.
with you.
Remember, we got a little, we got a little delay when we got Sara. We got me and Sara in studio. You're over there, so I know I know you come in hot, getting ready to rock and roll. So when we get a second, we're going to bring in Sara. And I'm getting, I think we're going to have her here in just a second. I could see her. Hi, Sara. We don't have Sara in frame yet. We'll get her in here in a second.
Hello,
I didn't
Sarah.
do the full setup. I'm sorry.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
I'm
Hey, what-
excellent. How are you
What
guys?
are you looking at today?
Well, we kind of hit our upside targets yesterday. And we're trading as an inside day today, so we're gonna see if we can get out of it and take out yesterday's highs. But we will have to have a setup to do that. So we took out this pivot high yesterday, which was our long target, which we hit. I was listening to you guys. I also agree that NASDAQ's the strongest one because it's the only one trading above April highs. So it's the strongest one currently. But yeah, I agree with what you said, Pax. As long as we can stay above April highs, we also see new all-time highs coming in the next, when's the end of the quarter? June 30th, so like 50-ish days, about 50, 60 days.
Great point, Sarah. Great point. In last rollover, we saw that the extreme volatility low of 5509 in the S&P and then rallied. We will see, I believe, as you just pointed out, in June rollover. That's when we're going to see the high. We're going to see the kind of an extreme high off of it. I agree with you.
Yep, that's what we're expecting, based on Strat logic, which I will talk about in a minute. But yeah, agree.
So for both of you guys, coming into a Friday where we know we've got a ton of Fed speak, Shai continues to fill the chat up with things that are coming out. We've got Barkin and Williams speaking right now. I'm going to read both those comments that she put out. Fed's Barkin said consumer confidence so far isn't aligned with spending. We've noticed that as a trend lately quite a bit. Confidence is down, but spending remains high. So people are still using their pocketbooks to talk. So it's interesting. Fed's Williams, I expect growth to slow considerably and inflation and unemployment to be higher. This aligns with what Powell said. So we got Fed speak all morning. We've got this weekend a lot going on with Xi meeting with Bissent. Sara, sometimes you get these days where you're coming in, you got all these crosswinds coming in. But what I love about what you do is you work a lot of bracket orders, don't you? Like you immediately, the minute you get in,
Immediate,
stop. Yeah, stop is in entering. You're just adjusting it. I think for both of you, just the importance of stops. It's crazy to me when I see so many people on X, and I see these people in Discords, and they talk about it, and how many traders I know don't use stops. We'll start with you, Sarah, but we'll go to you, Pax. The importance of a stop.
The importance of a stop is huge, especially in futures, especially with such a news-driven market. And the thing about strat traders, that's kind of like our bread and butter, is we don't take losses. So we put our stops in immediately. They're small stops, and we get them to break even as soon as we can, because fake news can come out at any minute. Trump can tweet at any minute, and you will get wrecked. Like, it's very, very, very important. It's very easy to do it on NinjaTrader. So you just click a button and you got all your orders in. You drag them on the screen. It's so simple, but you have to use them.
Yeah. Pax, the importance of stops.
I can't imagine trading without stops, and my stops are usually break even or very small expenses, so scratches or break evens. And I would rather miss a move than to lose money. But as we talked about earlier, there's always going to be a better and bigger trade. Now, I think that probably could be a floor thing, Sarah. Something that Rob had learned on the trading floor as I had. If in the NASDAQ, if there was 100 at even or 50 at even, and I bought them, I needed that market to go even bid, 05 bid, 10 bid for me to keep it. If I bought 50 or 100 at even, and Goldman came in and said 100 at even, I sold 95s, I sold 90s, I got out. Now on the screens, I have a little bit better of a chance to try to scratch that trade or take a smaller expense in the S&P, which is why I trade the S&P. So stops, especially in this environment, for 10 years, 12 years, we had a market driven by QE and stimulus. So risk management became less important as we just went higher constantly. Now anything can happen. We can be 200 lower, we can be 200 higher in a heartbeat. If you don't have stops, you're screwed. Look at the huge rally that we had in April on April 9. The S&P rallied from 49.80, a low of 49.80, to 55 something, 55.70 or 55.80. If you didn't have stops and you were short, you blew your account and you blew your life and possibly your marriage and everything else around you. Stops are an integral part of a long-term profitable career. And learn how to manage your risk before you learn how to manage your profit.
We even have a little saying. We say, "Stop, save lives."
Yeah,
because they do.
They do.
I know you guys have been in this industry a long time. I know you know a lot of people that are no longer here because they blew up and they couldn't handle it.
And the biggest thing for both of you is that you guys believe so much in your strategies that your stops, they're embedded in you because your preparation. And so you're getting out with confidence. I think that's the hardest thing for newer traders, is that they don't want to accept the loss. They don't want to take it. And that all stems from them not believing in their strategy. And that's why both of you have two of the strongest support systems I've seen in this industry. I mean, the amount of Strat people, the amount of people in the PAX group that come in, and the one thing that I get from all of them is the instilled discipline of the execution of the strategy. They believe in it.
Yeah.
They're believers. And that's why they execute in with confidence and out with confidence.
Yeah. And that's the thing. We want to know we're right, and we want to know we're right immediately. If we're not right, we get out immediately. So fail fast, right? We don't sit and hope. We know exactly what we want to see. We know exactly what we don't want to see. And so we just get out. You can always re-enter, but save that capital, because if you don't have it, you can't.
You're not here.
You can't play this cute little game.
All right, Pax. You and I are going to leave it to Sarah. This is Sarah's time to stream, and I got to tell you, it's incredible, Sarah, too. How many people? I know you're going to go through the chat, and you get a lot of questions each and every week. And how many people email us for the Strat indicators? And we'll have NinjaTrader put that out there for people to. There's an email to get that, and we're building some stuff for PAX as well. And of course, go to the PAX group. .org, and of course follow my big brother on Twitter. He's the absolute best. I love him like a brother. I call him a big brother because he is one to me. And I love my girl Sarah. Follow her on Twitter. She's great. Great to have her here in Naples in studio. Sarah, have a great trading day. And Pax, I'll talk to you later. I'll probably call you in an hour.
All right, babe. I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
Well, bye,
Sarah, go get him.
Pax.
Well, have a great weekend, everybody. Have a great
Yes.
trading day.
You too. Good talking to you guys. Okay, so we're going to start with, if anybody's new here, what is the strat? It's real simple. We trade on 3 principles. So candle types. So there's only 3 candle types. There is an inside bar, an outside bar, and a directional bar, which we label inside bars as a 1. So this would be a 1, if you can see my little mouse hovering over this candle, because the complete high and low fit completely inside the previous candle's high and low. So that's an inside bar. An outside bar is the exact opposite of an inside bar. It takes out the high and the low of the previous candle. And then you have directional bars. So outside bars, sorry, I don't think I said this. We label as 3s. So 1 is an inside bar, 3 is an outside bar. Then you have directional bars. So a 2 up, meaning a candle took out a previous candle's high, or you have a 2 down, meaning this candle took out the previous candle's low. And it can be any, like this could be a 2 and then a 2 down. It doesn't have to be a 1. You'll see up here. This is a 2 up because it took the upside of the previous candle. This is a 2 down. So that's the first strat principle, is this, we call them scenarios. So you have 1, 2s, and 3s. The second principle is full time frame continuity, meaning you're trading in the direction of the overall market, or you have 4 time frames in alignment, and that simply means the month, let's just say, just 4 time frames. The month, the week, the day, and the 4 hour are all green. So the trend is obviously up and the buyers are stronger. So that's the second principle, is full time frame continuity. The third principle is broadening formations, which in my opinion is probably the most important principle for you to understand. And it's kind of funny because everybody calls, like, oh, I got stopped out and then it went in my direction. So we're basically the stop hunt people. So we know where your stops are because everybody's taught to put their stops at pivot lows. And once all the longs get taken out and everybody's stop has been hit, we're looking to go back long if we have full time frame continuity. So for example, like right now, we have quarterly, monthly, weekly, daily on the futures. They're all green. So we're looking for these broadening formations. We're looking for people to get stopped out, and then we're looking to re-enter or enter or whatever it is, because that's just how price action works. So that is a short little snippet about the strat. Oh, I should also always mention the strat was created by Rob Smith, who passed away in 2022. So this is his strategy. He was a CBOE floor trader for decades, and he was our mentor and friend, and he taught us all this selflessly and for free, and we try to do the same. We do teach it for free. I have a whole YouTube playlist. You can go and watch it. It's called Strategication. The only thing that isn't free is my time every day. So I do have a community, but you don't need it to learn the strat, right? So strat is out there for free. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions before I go on about 1, 2s, and 3s? Hello, everybody. Hi, Shabby. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So we're gonna, and the other strat principle, which is not really a principle, but there's only like 3 principles, but multiple time frame analysis is also very, very, very big in the strat. because a lot of traders just use single time frame analysis and they might see a pattern or something like a head and shoulders that doesn't exist on the higher time frame. So we use all of our time frames. You can see at the top of my screen, I have the yearly all the way down to the 1 minute. And we do use all of these. And the good thing about the higher time frames is you only have to annotate them. So for the yearly, obviously once a year, 6 months, once every 6 months, 3 months, once a quarter, monthly. I have 2 week, which I don't really use because I can blend candles together with my eyes, but it's there. So we use all the time frames. So I'm going to kind of just go through this and show you. Wow. We do have a website. It's called stratalerts.ai. And you can find all that in my Twitter bio. So ES, this is the yearly candle. ES took out last year's lows. I think if you were here last week, I was talking a lot about ranges and what happens when we fail one side of it. And this is very important because we know how threes, so an outside bar, we know how threes form. So we take out one side of the candle or one side of the range, like we did here. And if we're unable to stay below it, we're looking to target the other side of the range for an outside year, okay? Because there's only 3 candle types. Now, threes don't usually start as threes. They usually either start as an inside bar, a 2 up that fails, or a 2 down that fails. So for instance, this yearly candle, the 2 down failed. So we took the downside of the previous year. So this candle right now is a 2 down or a failed 2 down, potential 3, because that can only happen on a live candle. This candle is obviously live. It's got 7 months left in the candle. So this candle is live. So we would anticipate to go outside year. So that's one reason why we are talking about seeing new all-time highs in the next probably 50 to, I wish I had hold on. Yeah, about 50 days, 50 to 60 days-ish. And my timeline will make sense when I get down to the quarterly chart. Okay, so now we're going to go to the quarterly chart. So again, just like I was showing you with the yearly candle, this is a 2 down. We are no longer below the previous candle's low. So if you draw the last candle as a range, are we able to stay below it? No, we're not. So the goal is to become an outside quarter. Okay. Now, in a perfect world, we would hit this target before the quarter ends. But if we don't, then the next quarter would be a 2 down, 2 up, and still the target is here. So either it happens this quarter or it happens next quarter. As long as we are above last quarter's low, which is, I have really bad eyes, guys. I have astigmatisms in both of my eyes. And maybe I need new glasses. 55.33. Okay, then we're going to go down to another time frame. This is the time frame that is important right now and why we're talking about potentially seeing new all-time highs really soon, and also why I said NQ is the strongest. So, what is this little yellow dot? It's driving me nuts. This is a monthly hammer. Okay, we have taken out anybody long since January of 2024. So if people were long, and they weren't walking their stops up, which a lot of like money managers don't really, that's a whole other story. I feel like money isn't managed, but they don't really do anything, right? But anybody who did have a stop got taken out So now we're looking to go the other way. So hammers are only inherently bullish if we're above the hammer. You can see on ES, we are not above the hammer high or April high. Not yet. That's where it's trying to go. If you're an ICT trader, that's the draw. That's where it's trying to go. NQ took out anybody long also since January of 2024 by making a lower low. And NQ is the strongest because this is a monthly hammer and we are trading above April's highs. So if you watched any of my weekend videos, I talk about lines in the sand a lot. I'll go down to the weekly chart here in a minute too, and why we were bullish, very bullish last week and still this week. But just note that NQ is the only one trading above April's highs. And so we call this in force, meaning we're above our trigger. So our long trigger on the monthly time frame is that pink line, which is 20044. Okay. So we only have one future doing it at the moment, but they're all trying to do it. It's just they're weaker. So you can see RTY not quite at the monthly trigger yet, but that is where it's trying to go. And again, we have full time frame continuity. I don't think on the quarters for all. We have full time frame continuity, meaning green on ES, NQ, RTY, not YM, from the quarter down. So the quarterly candle is green. The monthly candle is green. The weekly candle is green. The daily candle is green. So I'm going to get down into it. But anytime the 60 has corrective activity and then goes green and triggers a strat setup, we want to be buyers because we know the higher time frame participants are buyers. So we want to be buyers. Let me go back. Okay, so yeah, so NQ is the definite strongest. ES might be next. RTY third, YM fourth, because it's the furthest away from triggering its monthly trigger. All right, let's go to the week. Why were we bullish last week? I made this post on Twitter, and I was talking about the line in the sand. We actually got long down here, which I will get into the daily chart in a minute. And this is how multiple time frames analysis comes into play. You can be long on the daily, and then you can add on the weekly. You can add on the monthly. And I know the boys were talking about adding to winning positions, which is a great topic, and not many people do it. And you want to be doing that. You don't want to go like full port on a single position. You want to make sure it's going your direction, it's in your favor, and then you can add to it when the chart presents itself to do that, which usually happens on lower time frames or even higher time frames. So anyway, I made a video, I made a tweet, and I was like, the line in the sand for last week, we want to be long as we are above this week's high. Now, we did dilly-dally around it for a while, but time frame continuity remained green, and we were long. And we know that we're trying to go and trigger the month. So you can go back and look at my tweet. The 57.73 level is the first draw or target. And then you have this pivot high target here, which is a major target. Same with NQ. NQ is already trading above its monthly trigger. So it's trying to go up here first. But obviously, this is just the weekly chart. So on the monthly, it's trying to go to a new all-time high. Let's go to the daily. No, hold on. I want to draw the range on the weekly because, again, there's only 3 candle types. So I want to show you how this happened and how we knew to be long there. So here's your inside bar. This is a 2 down. Again, I've already said this like 3 times. If you can't stay in force, meaning below the previous candle's low, and you start coming back through, reclaiming this range, you're going potential outside bar, right? Because there's only 3 candle types. So that's exactly what happened. And we have this thing which we call Turnaround Tuesday. So this was the previous inside week, as you know, displayed as this box, right? So Monday we went inside and down. Everybody had a right to be short on Monday, okay? Because we took the inside week down. But on Tuesday, Turnaround Tuesday, why is that so important? Well, it's important because it can, one, obviously change the previous direction. So the previous direction was down on Monday, and then we got what we call a 2 down, 2 up reversal. And what that does is that can change the weekly candle color from red to green and also come back through this previous range to give us an outside week target. And you'll see it happened the very next day on Wednesday. So we were long this day, okay, on the daily chart. I feel like I'm doing a lot of teaching. We got 5 minutes till the market opens. So here's the deal. Let's look at the daily chart. For this week's been pretty slow. We were in inside week all week until yesterday. Yesterday we went 2 up, and yesterday we took out the pivot high, immediate pivot high target. So that's what we call exhaustion risk. That's where we're taking profit if you're day trading. If you're swing trading, different story. But so we did that. We took out the objective on ES. We also did it on NQ, right? We took out the highs. That's always the goal. Take out swing lows and swing highs. And you'll see your broadening formation. You can't not see it. So this is a pivot low. This is an outside day. It's a pivot low. We take out the lows. Then we went and we took out the highs. So that's your broadening formation. You could view it as, I like to draw, I call them doodles. Low, high, new low, new high. People hate this who trade the trend because they get stopped out right here and then price goes, right? So we kind of already did our job for this week. We did it on all of them. Yesterday, we took out that pivot high, right? On YM, yesterday, we took out that pivot high. So now what we have is a bunch of inside days. So not really a lot to do here. And this is the problem with only streaming once a week is if there's not a setup, there's not a setup. What we do have, if you go down to the 12-hour chart, which again, we use all of our time frames, you will see a simultaneous 12-hour inside bar and up break. So you got ES trying to go inside and up, which all that is, guys, it's an inside bar break. It's a 2-1-2 reversal. 2 inside, 2 up. So the 12-hour chart, being an inside bar, is trying to take out yesterday's highs. Will they be strong enough to do it is the question. And right now, doesn't look like it, right? It looks like we are stuck. So even this candle here, this big one from, I don't know, whatever time that is. We are stuck. This is what we call mother bar problems. You are stuck. So we're mother bar on the 12-hour. We're mother bar on the day. This is where you get chopped up. If you can't stay above, see, we're stuck. This is the mother bar. The mother bar to the inside bar, right? So we'll see if we can find something. But they must stay above their 12-hour trigger in order for us to be bullish and try and go and take out yesterday's highs. Okay, let's go to the lower time frames because okay, the market's almost open. So we got inside 60. ES is an inside double, currently a double inside 60. Now that can change. It can go 2 down or 2 up. We're either going to confirm the 12-hour inside up, or we're going to negate it by a lower time frame signal. So again, there's that 12-hour line. And it's looking like they are trying to negate it. So it looks like what's happening here, NQ tried to go inside 60 and up and failed that range, right? Now this is the open, so it could get crazy, but what we want to see is a simultaneous break, or all of them doing the same thing at the same time. Hi, Austin. Hi, Frankie. Hi, Tom. Hello, my little Discord family. Okay, NQ is again trying to take the inside 60 and up to reconfirm the inside 12-hour and up. So your target 1 for NQ would be this mother bar. So this is a 3-1-2 reversal. Is that on the sheet? It is. It's this guy. 3-1-2 up. Everything's on the sheet because there's only a certain amount of ways price can reverse or continue, and we know them. I hate to say it, but when you dumb it down like this, it just makes it so much easier. And the thing about the Strat is technical analysis is completely baked into it. You just don't have to know all the crazy nuances about technical analysis. And I learned technical analysis first, and I wish I hadn't. But I did, because once you learn the Strat, it's kind of hard letting go of everything that you spent so long learning. So we're just going to take it easy, because you can see this giant range. Oh, we were long. We took this long yesterday. This is a 2 down, 2 up 60 to go and hit that daily target. I'm going to move it real fast. This was a simultaneous 60-minute break. And we posted it in the Discord, Austin and I. And the 60-minute entry was right there. A break above that 60-minute candle to target this on the 60-minute chart and then this on the daily chart. And it did it lovely. It's really awesome. Like, once you learn the Strat, it's just like, you can't help but see. You're not guessing, like, you know what happened. Okay, so right now all the 12 hours are in force. Everybody's trading above the inside bar of the 12-hour. 60-minute NQ is the strongest, and it's the strongest on the monthly time frame and currently the 60 and 12-hour time frame. So it's the strongest. So if you're going to take a long, here's the 60-minute trigger. We need to stay above that. So then, though, you can drop down to the lower time frames, right? So it's trying to go 2 down, 2 up 60 or 15. I like the 5 when I'm doing this stuff. But again, this is the open, so kind of let them do whatever they're going to do. You guys are so cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we just need to get back above that 60, because that's the line in the sand for the 60-minute setup. But we have to be very careful, because we are still all of this price action. And that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, there's certain days where you're just stuck. So we are completely stuck inside that candle. What was that candle? 725 this morning? I don't know what that was. Somebody must have opened their mouth. Oh, a Trump tweet. Oh, shocker. But that's why stop save lives. What did he? Okay. I don't even know. It doesn't even matter anymore. There's a nice broadening formation in there. All right, so NQ is still strongest. I don't have the 60-minute trigger. That's the important thing about annotating your charts. So you can see NQ inside 60 and up. It's trying to take out the highs. I don't have my, hold on. If you don't have your charts annotated properly, it makes trading really hard. We call it getting lost in the intraday vortex. Okay, let's see. So we got NQ strongest, RTY second strongest, and then it's like a tie between ES and YM. And again, the 12-hour target is yesterday's highs. And this candle, this setup, because when things occur matter. So this is a 60-minute setup. So we've got 24 minutes left in this candle. So we've got 2 of the 4 breaking the previous candle's high. We'd prefer a simultaneous 60-minute break to give us extra confidence. And we're bullish on all time frames. So, because again, we want to be taking longs. The quarter, from the quarter all the way down, all the time frames are green. It was probably a 1-minute entry. Yeah. This is a rev strat. Inside, 2 down, 2 up to re-trigger the 60. And this is, again, why we use multiple time frames, and you can get really ninja snipe entries. Like I know Tom, he's worked with us and been with us for years. He likes the 12-hour, 4-hour, hour, but he's often entering on a 1-minute chart. But he knows what all of his higher time frames are doing, which is the important part. And I do have Ninja pulled up. I don't like to enter right at the open. So I'm not too interested in the 2 on the right. I wonder if I can shrink them down. Okay, so again, from the monthly perspective down, even to the 60, NQ is the stronger one. ES has not triggered at 60 yet. I've got an alert set though. But NQ should reach its 12-hour target first. Now, what happens there? This is where we teach people to take partials because that becomes exhaustion risk. So you can take a partial when we get there and then leave the rest at break even and try and get your 12-hour target. As long as price doesn't reverse, it's still good. And we know, because we use all the time frames, we know that the price is trying to take out Thursday's high. The 12-hour chart is just another time frame. And we use it for futures. We've got inside bar breaks. Only on 2 currently, but you can see, I think RTY hit its target. Yep. Wasn't much, but it did hit the target. So that was the 12-hour target. and it hit that. So actually, it's a perfect double top. We prefer that they break it to stop out anybody who's short, because again, we know where your stops are. Everybody should know where your stops are. So they're not stop hunts, it's just price discovery. So Footprint Guy asked, are the setups defined by structure, or is it validated by simply like candle setup? Thanks. So that's the thing about it, is the structure is built into it. So for example, I like to draw to do examples. So say, I don't care what time frame this is. Say this is a, what do I want to say this is? Say this is a 15-minute time frame, and you have a bunch of candles that look like this, which are 2 ups, right? So you have, okay, maybe that one's a 2 down. Okay, so you have a 2 down, then you have a 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. The thing about this that Stratters don't really need to understand as far as like technical analysis is concerned, but if you have a series of 2 ups like this on a 15-minute chart, all that means is on a 5-minute time frame, you have an uptrend. And it's still good. And they are taught to trail their stops. So let's say the next candle opens and goes inside, right? And they've been in since here. So say this is their entry right here, and it's 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. They know that that's still good because price cannot reverse unless it takes out a previous candle's low. It's impossible. It cannot. So they're taught to trail their stops. So now say you have an inside bar and it goes 2 down. Okay, you're going to know it immediately when it happens. So they're taught to trail their stops to here. So they're in from here, up, 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 inside. Is that a 2-1-2 or an inside bar reversal? It is. So they exit. So structure, to answer the question, structure is built into this in the most simple way possible. So what this would look like on a 5-minute chart is like a lower high and then like a break. So they don't need to understand like all of the structure part, you know what I mean? They just need to understand if it's still good or if it's reversing. So I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, let me know. We do not wait for the candle close. As soon as this candle opens, like say this candle, as soon as this candle opens and trades above the high of that candle, we're in. If you wait for the candle to close, you've missed the target. So like on a 2-2, a 2 down, 2 up, a 2 down, 2 up, that's the target. So if you wait for the candle to close, you've missed the move entirely. Not saying it can't continue, but on a 2 down, 2 up reversal, yeah, no. We're entering on the live candles. Ah, that didn't work. Okay. NQ, no longer able to stay in force. This is why I said it's probably going to be choppy because we are stuck inside this giant 3. And also, yeah, that's why you should expect chop. And this is not going to be a great trading day. What happened? The 12-hour got negated by a 5-hour reversal. So if you took the long entry, they're trying to go down here, take out these guys. But if you took the long entry here to trigger the 12-hour, and then you got this shooter. Your 12-hour entry, or sorry, 60-minute entry is 22.56. Your exit is 50 cents lower. That's how you know it's not working, because you need it to stay above to be in force. If it's not in force, it's negating and attempting to go the other way for a broadening formation. Broadening formation is very, 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 very clear right here. You have this high, this low, a new high, a new low, a new high, a new low. We love this stuff. People hate it because they're like, oh, I get stopped out. You just have to understand what's happening. ES is still an inside 60, but you've got all these lows it's trying to go take out. RTY, unable to stay above the highs. It's trying to come back through this range and get back down here. Okay, so NQ is at a form of exhaustion risk. This is just not... internal broadening formations happen when you're stuck inside a higher time frame inside bar. I think RTY is going to steal the show. It's trying to go outside Fiverr and get above the 12-hour high. Let's see how anybody long since 40 minutes before open just got stopped out. So now what you'd want to see is a 2 down, 2 up, back above that 12-hour trigger, because we already marked all of our higher time frames. ES looks like crap right now. It's just very stuck. If that's your swing low and that's your swing high, it's been stuck in there all morning since 8 a.m. NQ, I like the best. So it stopped him out. Like I said, we are the stop hunt people. So we know that people have stops here. Once we make a new high of day, and that's a pivot low, everybody long has their stops there, okay? But we're bullish, right? So we're looking for longs down here to re-trigger the 12-hour chart. There was probably a 1-minute entry. Perfect. So everybody got stopped out there. You had a 2 down, 2 up reversal. So this would, let me get the long. I can never find it. 1 second. Get the long. So it would look something like that. And then up here, which is like a 2.7 to 1. I still like NQ the best. But like I said, RTY is trying to steal the show. Which is funny how they switch off like that. I almost never trade YM. So yeah, you've got your broadening formation. Let's try and see if we can get a 5-minute back up to re-trigger. Well, we're still trying to stay in force on the 12-hour, but we need to re-trigger that 60. The 60-minute ends in 12 minutes, though, so we need to get a 5-er up. I did mention head and shoulders being the most commonly misdiagnosed technical analysis pattern. And the reason is, I see it all the time actually on Twitter. You'll have, so a head and shoulders, hold on, I think I haven't drawn this in a long time. A head and shoulders, if that's your head, the right shoulder needs to be higher than the left shoulder. So it needs to be like, I don't know why that didn't connect. Okay, hold on, that's a bad, there we go. The right shoulder line or neckline, I don't know what it is, but needs to be higher than that one, because if not, if it's lower, that's not a head and shoulder. That's gonna be a broadening formation, meaning we're going back up here. Because, again, that's where people's stops are. So, if this is a trend, right, you have a high, a higher low, a higher high. If you come down and make a lower low, this is not a head and shoulders anymore. This becomes a broadening formation because we just stopped out all the longs, right? So again, if this is your range, and you're unable, okay, we got a 5-minute candle flip. We did not get a 2 up, so this is just choppy. If you're unable to stay below the range, where are you looking to go? You're looking to go to the other side of the range. Why? Because there's only 3 candle types that can happen. So if you're a failed 2 down, you're trying to go and become an outside bar. It hasn't reversed, but what we need is a 5-minute two up. So that's why it's misdiagnosed, because the right shoulder needs to be a higher low than this low. What do I think of CL? Let's go look, because the futures are just kind of chopping around. Okay, I gotta fix my charts. I don't like what I've done. I don't think much about it right now. I would be looking for setups back down. Because if again, you got to learn how to blend candles together. You got to find your swing low, swing high. All of these candles, this is one giant inside bar. Right? If that's your swing low, that's your swing high. All of these bars are inside of these bars. You might be able to find an inside bar on some random time frame, but that's what's important about learning how to blend candles and see ranges, because the time frames that they give you are only going to give you so many time frames. If this was maybe like a 17, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. If these are 12-day candles, like that, you don't have that option, right? Well, maybe I do. Hold on. Oh, I do. Okay. Well, so point made. No, that's actually, we're still, hold on. I can find the time frame. I know it exists. There you go. There's your inside bars. Because we drew our range, right? I should undo that and leave the boxes. Hold on. And that's the thing Rob always said. the charts are going to present themselves the way that they want you to see them. So that's why you get really good at I call it chart magic eye, like being able to see this for yourself and finding ranges. But there's your inside bar, your double inside bar, actually. And you can always find the time frame if you can see it, right? So that would be the range. This would be the beginning range. And then all of that stuff is stuck inside. So what I think about CL is I would want nothing to do with it right now. Long story short. All right, what are these guys doing? Ooh, maybe we get our 5-minute 2 up now. Okay, so if you did take that 1-minute entry, you would have been stopped out, which is fine. Okay, ES took out those lows. Remember I said that they were coming for these lows. Now we got a 5-minute 2 down, 2 up. That's where you'd want to be attempting a long, because everybody who was long previously since 8 a.m. just got stopped out. So if you're very aggressive, you can try and just buy the low, right? If you're not as aggressive, you're buying the 5-minute strat setup. RTY is the strongest one right now for sure. But again, this is not going to be great trading. Because why? Because we're inside day. We tell traders if we're stuck inside day and we don't have an actionable signal on a higher time frame, like this is not the day. And kind of stinks because this was how it was last Friday too, I think. No. We hit the target that I was calling for on that day. I want to say it was NQ. It was like 20,002. Whatever it was, that was the target. Yeah, 20,200. We did hit it that day. This day. But yeah, inside. Wrong one. Inside. There's just not a lot to do here. Huh. I don't. Fat fish. I used to call it that. That's funny. The C and B. Tesla. What is Tesla doing? I'll look in a second. Tesla. We'll look at Tesla because the futures aren't doing anything. So, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Hold on. And you'll see I have a 4 time frame layout because we're always using other multiple time frame analysis. Tesla just hit its, nope, not yet, monthly target, 303.94. So what did Tesla do today? It triggered, this is great strat stuff. Tesla triggered the monthly hammer. So this is April. Okay, that's a hammer-ish. I mean, you can call it a hammer. The strat trigger is for the monthly time frame 294.86. Okay. We triggered that today. The monthly target is 303.94. We're gonna hit that today. I mean, it's real simple stuff. Like real simple. And you've got a potential outside quarter for Tesla. I mean, I don't know that, I don't think we will, but again, I could just do this 500 times a day. If the previous candle is your range, I'll make it big. If the previous candle is your range, you tick down below it, right? Like, okay, that's hard to draw there. But tick down below it, start coming back through. They're trying to go up here. Okay, so we have a potential failed to go 3. So to go outside quarter, right? And this is pretty far away. And we only have like 50 days left in the quarter. So what would most likely happen, unless they have earnings, or did they have earnings? They already had earnings. Okay, so what would most likely happen is next quarter, you would go 2 down, 2 up. Because we would run out of time on this live candle to go outside quarter. Does that make sense? So it would take another candle. But still, the target doesn't change. It's just, it took 2 candles instead of 1. So Tesla monthly is a great example of a strat setup. I can pull up the strat setup again. 2 down, 2 up. 2 down. So this can be any time frame. So this is the monthly. We had a 2 down, 2 up reversal. The target is the high of the previous month. So if this is May, April, March, so the monthly target is March high. March high, it is March, right? Yeah. March high, 303.94. We came like 6 cents away from it so far. I'm just going to put an alert on it because it's going to hit it. But that's what happened. And that's the cool thing about the strat is you can figure out why. Oh, we just hit it. What? Oh, the alert did go off. Okay. Does that make sense? It's really simple. I don't use a trading view indicator for the strat. It looks like we got our fibers back up. Yes, we did. Sorry, I was over on. Well, we talked about the long on ES from here. And we talked about the long from NQ. That was a 1 minute. So if you took that, that's exactly strat stuff, right? Stop people out and then look for a reversal the other way. Stop people out. So we stopped out these guys. And then we got a 2 down, 2 up reversal. So they're trying to go to new high of day and then their 12-hour targets. So this is exactly what we want to see. You want to see people get stopped out and then go back into the direction of full time frame continuity, which is green. We want to be longs. $56.89. I don't know what time frame you're looking at for 56.89, but these are all the stops here. 56.89. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. So now the 15-minute chart is trying to go 2 down, 2 up to reconfirm the 60-minute. The 60 minutes over now, actually. On NQ, it's over. On ES, it's yet to trigger. So this looks good for ES. And you don't really even need the Strat indicator. You just need to be able to identify what a 1, 3, and a 2 up and 2 down are, really. You see how we're still just stuck inside this giant range? This is, again, why it's going to be choppy. Some days are meant for trading, some days are meant for golfing or going to the pool. If you're in Florida, you can go to the pool in January. That's fun. Yep, just chop shop. Austin, I know you're not trading today. Copper. I never look at copper, but I can. Is it just HG1? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do what we do. We're going to do top-down analysis. I'm going to start at the year. Currently, it's an inside year. Quarter. They stopped people out, unable to stay below. So it's trying to go outside quarter, but you're kind of just stuck in the middle of this range currently. Let's see if there's a monthly signal. No. Inside month. Week. No. But next week, so say we close exactly like this. Next week, you would want to be long above this week's high. And then that's target 1, and then that's target 2. Because we stopped everybody out who'd been long since January of 2024. You just took them out, right? So again, if this is your range, your swing low, swing high, we took them out. Where are they trying to go? Up there. If you're trying to day trade, yes, the longs would have been good. But we're stuck inside day, which means it's going to be really choppy. We got dojis on the week. We're just stuck. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is not good. Look at all these. Look at this 3. It's just not a day you actually want to be trading, unless you scooped up along down here, but you would have got stopped out there. If you're using Strat principles. Is somebody tweeting right now? I don't understand this big 3, other than the chop shop. They're still trying to get up there, though. It's just not being very nice. It's not going to get less choppy until we can take out these highs. You're still just completely stuck inside that Trump tweet candle. We're not really going anywhere. We are inside on the 30s on all four. Still think that ES entry is a good one. If we can trigger this 30-minute 2 down, 2 up, then we should be able to get up there, I would think. But we need to not be inside bars. And we are inside. ES is just currently inside 60. It's just stuck. Inside 4 hours. Inside days. Inside 12 hours. Inside 4 hours. Inside 60s. If you are trying to trade that, you're gonna get chopped up. Because there's no play to trade to place. Did you not hear me just say all those time frames that are stuck as an inside candle? It's not going anywhere. We're not doing anything. I don't press buttons when I shut it, is the thing. But if we can break above that, which we're unable to currently, nothing to do. See, look at it. It's stuck. It's green. It's red. It's green. It's red. It's green. It's red. It's doing nothing. They're all doing nothing. Yeah, Mark, I like your swimming pools idea. AMD. Yes, because we got nothing going on here. It's an inside day. Now, they attempted to trigger the 2 down, 2 up month. We're unable, we're not in force right now because we're below the line, the trigger line. But on Monday, if this stays an inside day, and if we go inside and up, you'd want to be long that. If you go inside and down, you'd want to be long the inside day to re-trigger the month. Now, if they went inside day and down, you'd want to be short because they are negating the monthly trigger. They're like, oh, no. No, we're not buyers above April's high. So that could be in either one because you're right at that monthly trigger. So where things occur also matter. This is bleh. So RTY is the only one that took out the highs and hit exhaustion risk, meaning that was the target. So that's where people are taking profit. We got a new 60-minute flip. And they're profit taken. And then everything else is just inside. RTY is the only one that came out of its range. Okay, so if you get a 15-minute trigger, and that's a big if, that would be your target. Yeah, this is just crappy trading. I mean, it is nasty PA. It's an inside. It is chop shop. Stephanie. Hey Sarah, if all time frames align, how do you choose which one to trade? And would your timeline to hold your trade match that time frame? So, yes. And you want to find which one is stronger, which we know that NQ is stronger because it's staying above the monthly trigger. And yeah, you have a whole month for it to play out. So, or in this instance, we have potential outside quarters. So we have like a month and 2/3 for it to play out. So that's how long you would anticipate like the Qs or anything in tech that has a monthly hammer in force or outside quarter in force. That's how we kind of can time our trades, because each setup is just that. So if you have a weekly setup, it's meant to happen within the week. If you have a monthly setup, it's meant to happen within the month. Yearly, a year. That was a good question. Do you mean Tramp 413? Do you mean like funded futures accounts? Time of day does influence getting in or not. Like I was just talking about, if you have a daily setup, you have all day for it to play out. Now, if that daily setup occurs with only 2 hours left in the day, that's not something you want to take, because you just kind of robbed yourself of, 4.5 hours for it to get to target. Yeah. This isn't going anywhere. I'm out. Good call. Do I ever look at RTY as a leading indicator? No. I have to sneeze. Uh-oh. Trip, you keep asking the same question. Are you talking about you can go check that out. Go to my Twitter bio. Okay, RTY triggers the reversal. It is the stronger one, but it's got a broadening formation now. Because we took out the highs, we're unable to stay above them, so we'd look to go down there on that one. This one's just, I'm just not interested. This is terrible price action. We're stuck inside a 5-minute candle from 7:25 this morning. It's just not clear today. Unless we can go take out these lows, there's just nothing. We are failing the 12-hour trigger. So if they want to go outside 12-hour, that would be something. Meaning, because again, if you can't stay in force, you're looking to go the other way. What's that yellow? And I always tell people, if I'm not clicking buttons, you guys shouldn't be clicking buttons. And we're really good about that in our Discord. Like, it's either like Monday, Monday was so boring. This day, I'm like, we're not doing anything today. Because we had a big outside day on Friday, and we were stuck inside all day Monday. I was like, nope, we're not trading. That's this day. That's today. No, we're not trading. That's this day. Are we trading Tuesday? Yes, because we have an actionable signal. We went inside and down. NQ. We went inside and down. NQ actually hit its target that day on Tuesday. ES took a second day. It did hit the target. The target on the 312. If I were to pull up the sheet, is the low of the 3, which I can, but there's nothing to do today. Sorry. If I could come in here every Friday and be like, we're going to puke all day, and I could just make that happen, I would. Or we're going to be bulls all day. But I can't do anything with an inside day. This is part of our rules. We don't trade them. This is why also it's good to have, well, never mind. I was going to say it's good to be able to trade stocks, and you should, but if the futures are all inside day, you're not getting any market help either, which makes the stocks also choppy. So I don't even think we're going to get outside 12 hours. Not in the time that I'm here. It's just not happening. Unless another Trump tweet comes out. It's just, what do you got? You got 6.5 hours left for it to go outside 12-hour. Because the upside failed, we're trading back below, so the range would be to go take out the previous candle's low, like we've been talking about all morning. I do not look at order flow. Pina coladas, I'm down. I'm just here for the sneeze. I think I got sneeze fright. It went away. Yes, Tom, go kayaking. Hold on, there's a heart in my way. Hold on. Tom, can you read the last comment to me? I can't read it. How is the inside bar, and then I have a heart blocking. Oh, wait. Determination made. Is it the day's max range on the, no. So if you're looking, I mean, look at this. Look at this. It's a little tiny doji day. So this is, I mean, inside bars happen on all time frames, but on a daily time frame, when the high and the low fit completely inside the previous candle's high and low. This is an inside day, meaning it's going absolutely nowhere. It is directionless. I don't know about the powder, but if RTY 2 up, 2 down on 15, I wouldn't touch it. It did do that. It did go 2 up, 2 down, but still, it's just a teeny tiny range. No guarantee we're going to get down here at all. Now, if we would have taken out the highs, if this would have gone up here and then came back in, then I would have been interested. You got, what, 4 minutes left? This is still just one big inside bar. And RTY is at, just like RTY, I said, right? We took out the highs, right? Failed. We're going to go down here. And the 15, I deleted it on the higher time frame chart, but this was the 15-minute trigger. So if I were to have taken a trade, which I wasn't interested in today, but it would have been this one, because we stopped out shorts, we screwed breakout buyers, and then we reversed, right? So the secondary target is the mother bar. So pivot low, target 1, pivot 2, mother bar. Why? I'm going to draw this silly little box again for you guys. Fail to stay above the range, trying to go to the other side of the range. That actually would have been a really nice short, but it's okay. I'm here to teach you guys the strat. I don't want people copy trading. I want you to learn what I'm saying. Ooh, NQ's about to take out the big mother bar. And NQ is going to go outside 12-hour, it looks like, Tom. So now we got to move, because things happen. If you can't stay above, you can't stay in force. You're trying to go outside bar, right? I've been saying this all morning. Outside bar for 12-hour is there. What about the 4-hour? 3-2 reversals. What the hell is lock 30x? And do we need to... Somebody tell me. What is it? I've never heard of it. Okay. And I'm okay to miss that. Like, that was a great 15-minute setup, but it was on an inside day, stuck in a range. Like, I would rather miss it than get chopped up. And that's how I've been able to stay alive in this business long enough. Good job, Tom. Don't be a greedy, you know how you get. Typically, if you're an inside day, you're just going to get chopped up. This, though, was a simultaneous 15-minute break after failing a simultaneous 15-minute break to the upside. Okay, so that signal exhausted. ES took out some lows, not the 12-hour low. And Q took out some lows, so potential for, we call this short-term exhaustion. And you got a new flip, which means they can change continuity and they can just blast it up after that down move. Carvalogs, I don't know what you're talking about. That's probably for somebody else. Maybe quit mentioning it if you're not going to explain what it is. I have never heard of that. Shabby. Block this word, please. I feel like there's, yeah, exactly, Tom. It's garbage. I don't know if you can just block a single word from a chat. I don't know. So see the flip. So they new 15-minute candles. They're open in green. And downside exhaustion. It's a couple people, though. I don't know. That's funny, Brendan. Oh, there it is. Oh, got another one and another one. You guys are funny. Yep, still a bunch of inside days. Awesome. Let's look at Bitcoin. Hey. 2-week chart. Oh, yeah. Still good. Trigger. Target, 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 target. Bitcoin's coming for a new all-time high. Uh-oh, gold. I think it's an inside month. Inside month. Failed the week. So maybe next week they short it. Oh, that'd be crazy. Silver stuck. Oh, we did take out the lows back there. Ooh, inside. Okay, I like this. You got an inside week for silver next week. You'd want it long. Because why? I'll draw the box again. I might have already drawn the box on silver. Swing low, swing high. All of this is stuck in there until here. Where is it trying to go? To the other side. So if you get an inside week and up next week on silver, that is what you would want. The dollar. Did we take out the lows yet? Not yet. We did take out these lows, hence the corrective activity, but you would want to see it back down. Go take out the bigger range. Yeah, silver looks good for up, Tracy. Dollar, not so much. That would be the short. This would be the new target one, and then target 2 to make a new low. July of 2023. I don't pay for futures data on this stuff because I do not trade it. Which one's the piggies? Oh, this one. Lean hogs. I do love bacon. Look at this Browning formation, Tommy. Bam, 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 bam. Bing, bop, boop, bop, bam. Took out the highs, fell back in. Actually, it starts from further back. Shame on me. Boop, 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 boop. Isn't that cool? That's beautiful. Wheat. People don't like wheat anymore. Everybody's gluten-free. Trying to go, wow, 2020 lows. Sorry, wheat, nobody loves you anymore. Natural gas. Takes out the highs, falls back in. They call this the Widowmaker. OJ. Wow. OJ, year in force to the downside. They don't like orange juice this year either. It's fun to look at all these. I never look at them. Inside year. It's a compound inside bar. Not so fun. Do they take out the lows? Yes. Maybe they reclaim and come up here and here now. Oh, yeah. I like that. See how they take out the lows and then reverse? That's what we look to do. This is why we do the opposite of like, oh, this is support. We're going to short. It's like, no, you're short from here, targeting there, and then you're going to reverse and flip long and trade the other way for a compound outside bar. Wait, oh, well, I don't care if NASDAQ broke today's lows. It's still an inside day. Did it go outside 12-hour yet? Yes. So it hit the outside 12-hour target. ES hit the outside 12-hour target. Oops. RTY did not, which is not surprising. It was the stronger one. And YM also hit the outside 12-hour target. Do I need to draw the 12-hour box? So we had simultaneous 2-2. They weren't all 2-2 reversals, but they were 2s down. Okay, so for next week, so they are changing weekly continuity on this little move. See how all the candles except RTY are now red? So if you're long, especially NQ, what you don't want to see happen next week is you don't want a 2 down on the week, meaning you don't want to break below this week's lows because that would be a reversal and a rejection of the monthly hammer that we are desperately trying to cling onto to stay in force. And yeah, you just don't want to see reversals back down. Now, ES did not trigger the month yet. Again, NQ was the only one out of the 4 that did. But if we get simultaneous 2-2 reversals, that would be bearish for next week. I just got so hungry. I am fine with that. Jeff, I am fine with that. I have rules for a reason. I don't trade inside days. I don't think that's perfection. I think that's a rule. I mean, pretty much gave you that trade. So, I mean, you could trade it. I don't like trading inside days. But it did what it was supposed to. Again, that's your mother bar. Failed. Going down there. Easy peasy. So on Monday, we're likely going to end, I would think, as a bunch of inside days. If we go 2 down today, that would be something. If we triggered yesterday's lows, which makes sense because I was showing you the Browning formation, how we took out the highs. We did what we were supposed to yesterday by taking out that high. So if we go 2 down, we'd be taking out these lows. I don't know if that's going to happen today or not. We shall see. Yeah, you miss moves all the time. That's fine. And that's just it. And Pax was even saying that this morning. He was like, I would rather miss moves than lose money. And that's what happens on inside days. That's why Austin doesn't trade inside days. That's why most of us don't trade when we're in inside day. The moves are smaller. They're choppier. You get thrown around a lot. You have to have rules, right? If you're not disciplined, you're going to hit and quit this market. What trade did you take, Jeff? That's one way to do it. I'd rather not. 6507. Or sorry, 6705. Let's see where that was. Wait. 67? That can't be right. You're talking intraday? We're nowhere near 67. 57? 5705? Which would mean that you were in it since yesterday? $57.05. Oh, guys, he nailed the top. Somehow. Oh, maybe you took that one, actually. Are you a Strat trader? That's 5704.75. Yeah, I thought. That's actually an entry. 5704.75. Down to, what'd you say it to? 5665. Yeah, that was the target for sure. The mother bar target. Or sorry, the 12-hour target. My bad. I don't use ATR, but my best friend Elaine does. She's always calling out when we hit like ATR high. Yeah, I don't use any indicators. I just put a little ICT stuff on there, like new week opening gaps and the midnight. That's all I do. Are we going to go and trigger the day? That'd be nuts. Oh my gosh, it's too little. I can't. Got failed 2 ups right now, so if they're going to continue down, it's going to be on the next candle. The next target would be 56.53 for ES, obviously. I don't know though. Yeah, the only one I liked, again, was the RTY one, because we failed the highs and then swept the lows. And there was the actionable signal, which I did mark for you guys, but... Yeah, no, it was a good short. He had the same target as me, which is good. From failed moves come fast moves. I like that. So everybody hit exhaustion, and then you got a new candle. By exhaustion, I mean their downside targets. Now you got a new candle, new color. What are you guys doing for Mom this weekend? It's Mother's Day. The targets are always swing lows and swing highs. Doing laundry? For your mom? Or for yourself? Because I asked, what are you doing for mom? Voice chocolate. Don't know what that is. I love chocolate though. It sounds good. Oh, nice. Plant Terra Garden. That's sweet. Okay, so they are profit taking their shorts. At the target, at the target, at the target, at the target. About to almost have 15-minute simultaneous bars back up. It would be insane if they went back up to the highs. Also wouldn't surprise me though because it's an inside day. Dinner at nice restaurant. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. I got an older mom. Buying my mom a funded account for Mother's Day. Get out of here. That's funny. So yeah, there was all of 20 minutes that was good. The rest was garbage. It's fine with me. "20 minutes out of 2 hours I've been sitting here. This is why I would just rather not sit here. I mean, like, trade on inside days. I don't mean sit here specifically. Well, it's on the chart. I mean, you can just see the obvious, like, that's a pivot low target, 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 that's a pivot low target. Like, they're just easy to see, right? Like, big, like, V-looking things. Did we take out the low on RTY? Yep. Just look back. I mean, what's relevant? Just look left and mark your lines. Don't overcomplicate it. Wow, YM is really weak. Everything's flipping red. Still just little bitty baby inside days. Yep. Sorry, guys. Maybe next Friday will be better. Let's just cross our fingers that we're not an inside day when I come back, because that's not when I push buttons, so. You're welcome. I wish it was better. It just isn't. So, not much we can do. That was a nice, like, scalp, but you would have got chopped up trying to do it in the first place. I mean, if you're good at taking losses and getting out quickly, then you probably recouped your day. But if you, like, tried to take, this short, like, look, this one, like, I mean, look at all these that did not work. That's, oh, here, I'm on the wrong screen. My bad. The point I'm making is a bunch of these setups didn't work, and that's why. So this right here is a 2 up, well, 3, didn't work. This is a 2 up, 2 down, didn't work. This is a 2 up, 2 down, didn't work, went green. So it took like 3 tries before the real move worked. And I'm just not willing to do that. And I know that it's going to be choppy. So I'm not willing to take all those losses and sit here and waste my time when I know that it's not going to move and like move well for me. Like, I'd rather just not trade. Like, fail. A bunch of them failed. A bunch failed before they worked. Except this one. Again, that took out the highs and failed. That one was different. These were all stuck inside. That's why they failed. Until they didn't on that one, like, big push down. So, stops, you can be as tight as you want. You can, let me find the short tool. So say you're going to short this candle and it breaks it, right? That's the 2 up, 2 down trigger right there. And you were targeting at least that, nope, at least that pivot low. So your stop could be up here, because once it triggers, you do not want it reversing and going outside bar on you. So your stop will be up there. So this is basically a 4-to-1 trade. You could put it at the open. You could put it break even or slightly above break even. It depends how tight you want to get. You might get stopped out a lot, but when it goes, it's gonna go. So that's the thing. You got to be a good loser, right? Be good at taking losses, be good at stopping out. And then the ones that don't stop you out are going to pay for all the ones that did stop you out.
Hey, Sarah, how's it going?
It's going good.
Good. Hey, I'm Stowe. Nice to meet
I
you.
was like,
I'm just filling in for Jim today.
Hi.
Sorry that didn't want to jump in. Yep, you're making great
all
points.
good.
Though.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah, extremely true. You got to be an excellent loser in this game.
Oh, for sure.
Pretty slow morning for you. That was not that was not fun there for a while. Super tight range.
Yeah, it really is, and that's okay. I mean, we don't get great trading Fridays every Friday, but I sit here and I tell people the importance of having rules and not trading if it doesn't meet your trading criteria or your trading rules. And a great way to, burn your account down is to try and trade in a tightening range that isn't going anywhere. So as important as execution is, it's also important to get your finger off the little mouse. Like you don't have to be clicking buttons.
Yep,
So
that's very true. Awesome. Well, great job today. Go enjoy your Friday now. That's the important part. We made it. Made it to Friday.
oh yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so nice
Cool.
to meet
Well,
you.
have a good midday market.
We'll try. I'm in the middle of my Achilles heel right now, trying to grab this short continuation. So we'll see if today's the day I'm going to pull it off, or if this is just going to be another lesson day. I don't know.
Well, good luck to you. I'm going to go start my weekend.
Do it up, Sarah. Thanks. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So yeah, I'm doing the thing that I don't like to do, and that is try to trade a short trend continuation. And it's hard. And we're in the middle of getting squeezed out right now, so this might be the time that it ends. But I have a pretty cool sequence to go over. Just trying to work this trade here. So we took out the overnight low. That's where I have this trigger here. We broke the IB, so all those stats are in check. Just trying to watch this trade. We're fighting with this 142 level again, which is, this is a ton of buyers. If this gets absorbed, I think it's going to continue lower. But my stop is not in a very safe place right now. And we're kind of just floating up here. I'm kind of narrating this backwards. Sorry. There's the previous day close. I mean, the seller still appears to be there. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough in this spot because eventually, shorts end a lot sooner than longs do. I don't know if this is going to be. It's just harder for me to see those pullbacks. I don't know why. Just less reps, probably. I'm not sure. Let's see what this 140 wants to do. They're kind of reloading the bid, and I'm getting bid sweeps too. Yeah. I'm just gonna get out. It feels bid. And I don't want to be part of this stop sweep here if it happens. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait for that. But let's talk. Let's talk about the good things I did today and the bad things I did today. We're probably looking at a red day today too. So that's good. So I really liked, we'll go all the way back. So here's our 3 a.m. open. Not a lot of clues here. Pretty choppy. Not really a useful pivot today. At least it appeared to be overnight. I don't know what happened at 7:26 in the morning. Maybe Tracy can tell me. Hey, Axel, what's up? Maybe Tracy can tell me what the scandal was, but because I have no idea. I don't believe there was news then. I know there's a billion Fed speakers. Was somebody talking that early? I don't know. We opened very close to the overnight high. Like we opened here. We almost got to it. So the first thing I was trying to do after this came down and tested, it tested these highs. And a bid showed up here at the pivot. it's a good spot to try to get in. What I wasn't on the desk for it, so I waited for a pullback and just tried to get this continuation here, and I got stopped a bunch of times. Half size, but this was still a lot of stops trying to get just trying to get to this overnight high. Tried long again here. Nothing. Got stopped on this giant push lower. I finally was able to grab this continuation and start scaling it. And as I'm adding, so I trimmed. I'm flat here at this range, which is our 30-second Europe opening range. And then I mean, this was heavy selling at 1026. So I just, marketed in, ended up adding here, and then we got reversal signals from our delta map. So took 2 out, threw one back on, took another one out, and I eventually got down and got my overnight low target. Now, I'm shooting for the weekly VWAP ultimately, so I added back in, covered again, added, covered, added. So I'm trying to work this, trying. And as you can see, I just eventually end up getting squeezed off. So I'm glad I got out here where I did, and just scratched out instead of taking the full stop. But yeah, other than that, not super fun, not super awesome. I don't know if this is going to be a context shift on the day, but it might be. I don't know. It's kind of turned in the middle of nowhere down there and didn't really test it again. I don't know. We're building another distribution down here, maybe. So maybe we'll look to re-enter the short here. This was kind of scene of the crime at the weekly open. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll watch up here. It's a lot, both VWAPs, weekly open, other side of that Europe range. Maybe we can get back in. Try to salvage this day. Nick, morning, buddy. Good morning, Leo. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Jeff, I barely caught it, frankly, and I didn't. I did not execute it well because it's not. I mean, I caught these stops, if that's what you mean, at 10:30, and then I did bang into it here. I just said, all right, fine. I saw that selling, but I wanted to show you this because this is crazy. So what this is, it's since reset, but this was at I can't zoom in. I'm sure you can see it. So this was at the lows, and all of this delta came in. It was like 1,000 lots at 110, 500 lots at 125. It was insane. So that's why the point of control is down here, because somebody just came in and decided that they were the point of control and slammed it down there. That's wild. Wild when that happens. XY, what's up? Hey, happy Friday, everybody. I rarely even ever trade on Friday, so filling in for Jim. Morning, driver. Morning. Oh, that was a Trump. Okay, a Trump tweet. That makes sense. What did he say? Anybody know? that 1,000 lot bid was wild. It scared the crap out of me. I was like, because that can go either way. Also in the middle of nowhere. I got nothing at all there. Let's look at our big picture chart. Yep. All right. So this this was where we rejected that previous balance area. You can see we're kind of making a new one above it. We're at the top of that value, and we're kind of in this distribution now. You can see it's got 3 parts. Point of control being down here. We're below the weekly open now. That was a big sell for no reason too. We rejected the previous week high today. I don't know. So this all just tells me balanced stuff is going on. And the trend on the day is down. Possibly context shifting with this. But look at that. They just needed to stop me out. It's important. It's important on a Friday. This feels like Fed speak candles. Oh, you said maybe 80% is a tariff for China, but it's up to Besant. Okay, thank you. Order for that's nice, Shab. I like that. Good morning. Yeah, baby. If Jim was behind me right now, we would be having the best time. Don't worry. I might just drive to Charleston this weekend and try to find him. Jim doesn't know this, but I was the baker that he saw at the farmer's market. I just go there. You know, I make the 12-hour drive every Saturday morning to sell bread in Charleston. That would be sick. Yeah, Leo, can we do 4 squares for order flow Friday? All 4 of us? I think we could do it. I think we could hang. I mean, the sound bites that would generate alone would probably be worth it from a production standpoint. Yeah, it's fighting in this 42 level now. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know what to do. It came short of my spot I wanted to re-enter. The band is flattening out. This is kind of support. Yeah, I feel like I'm in the middle now, and I don't want to just initiate here without some sort of direction. This seller clearly still up here. If I can get in, so I'd want to get in so that I could put my stop back here. That's the tricky part. You got to think about where your stop's going to be before you're in the trade. Typically, I think that's a thing that Pax says often. I'm not that meticulous about it, but when I'm trying to catch a short trade, it's more important for me because I get squeezed out of these trades so much. It's such a weak part of my game. So I'm less willing to try to, you know, just do my thing and mark it in. Because confidence is key. And we're getting this absorption here too. I don't know. As the seller just piling on. Let's see. There's a lot. That's a lot getting filled right here. Actually, we'll grab that. Now we got something to lean on. So we saw absorption and then offer really piled on. It's not like the bid's not still there. It definitely is. But we at least have a spot to lean on at that 155. We need to get through this 40. Come on, you turkeys. Nope. Nope. Nasty. Seller is there at 155. Get through the 40. A new low would be, what was I saying yesterday? A new low would be encouraging. That's it. Need to bring my lucky phrase back. Let's see. It's 115 or 11:15. Yeah, seller still there. Slamming it. But the bid is just eating it up, so. Ah. Yep, now I hate it. Seller's gone. All right. I'm going to get out of that. Not trying to take a full stop if I don't need to. Alex, do you think they're running the same program? It was funny when Leo and I watched a computer trade the other day. I think that was last Thursday. It's like, oh, nice trade, bud. Hey, from Argentina? That's cool. It's so nice to know you folks from all over the world. Like I said, like I told Jim, that's my favorite part of the chat is talking to people from all different places. Because I know if I go visit somewhere, you can tell me where to get the best sandwich. That's an important part of traveling is knowing where to get the good sandwich. Hey, Chris. Hey, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Yes, Tracy Waller, my favorite Fed. Has anybody made Fed trading cards yet? I was thinking about a side hustle for myself the other day, and I'm thinking Fed trading cards might work. Or we could do Fed Pogs. That could be cool. Does anybody remember Pogs? Fed the Gathering would be great. Hawks versus Doves. Dove deck versus Hawk deck. That would be so sick. Well, there's not. Yeah. So I guess that game would have to be. I guess so. Voting members should probably get. They're going to break this 40 now, aren't they? Yep. So yeah, in the Fed the Gathering card game, voting members would have to get extra XP or something. I wonder if I could make Fed trading cards without having to do any copyright stuff. That could be funny. $11.21. Breaking down below that 40 spot now. With some good selling. Yep, there it was. See what I mean? It's just not. I'm just not good at it. It's just a hole in my game, because it gets as slowly as that ground down. Then it gets squeezed right back off. Let me retest the other side of this. Let me see. It rejected the 40 now. Seller coming in. Now this 125 was that big spot from before. The 500 lot guy. Then we got 110. He's the other big boy from this morning. Mr. 1,000 lots. Now the bid's coming in right there at that 125. Seller's still on it. It's pressing into him, but you got to cross. You got to cross the spread if you want the price to move. Seller, that's how it works. The bid's emptying up now. The book in general just got pretty thin, and I think they forgot to get my I think they forgot my order. That wasn't very nice. I see we ticked it. Come on, seller. Be somebody. Hey, we got it. All right, we got one off. I'm gonna take the other one off too. This is pretty ridiculous. And we got my boy Waller. Shot caller Waller at 11:30. I can't wait for headlines. Tracy's gonna keep me posted. It's gonna be great. I really like the idea of a Fed trading card. Thank you, Tracy. Yep, I watch order flow, Danny. All week. It's been a long week of looking at numbers. Yeah, nope. and get out of that last one. Because this is also like, if this is going to turn into a long day, if that really was the low, you know, this is all flattened out here. So this is a spot to enter for a long. I don't want to do it before 11:30. Back fight between these two, crazy. And again, if anybody missed it, this is what happened earlier at that spot. That's a lot of delta for NQ. That's a ton for one specific order. So, and we don't know what is intended by that trade, but it just means that that's going to be a very busy place. So, I mean, it also happens to be the IB low. So I'm just not interested in trying to press into that spot. Yeah, they're still hanging around. I don't know. It's not a good. I mean, this was an aggressive ad to try to get those. So Bostic is up too. Nice. I like Bostic. Mr. Boom Bostic. I got that nickname for Bostic. I got nicknames for all the feds based on 90s hip hop songs. Mr. Boom Bostic, Shot Caller, Waller. I had I forget what Bullards was. Yo FOMC raps. That's pretty good. Bostic says it's not prudent to adjust policy amid uncertainty. Cool. I mean, I guess that's a good. So wait and see. Is that just another way to say wait and see? How many ways can we say wait and see? I think is the Fed game that they all play with each other. There's probably like a side bet going on at the Fed meetings. It's like in Super Troopers when they try to say like I bet you I can say meow 10 times. Yeah, I don't like any of this now. It's just slow. It's just slowed down. Bid off the IB low. Okay. I'm gonna have to take this 140 spot off of my chart. The more times it gets banged around, the less useful it's going to be to me. It's still there. Oops, that's too rats. Drag that too far. Yeah. So seller is here. Buyer is here. Based on the day, I'm choosing the seller side, even though again I really don't like it. I'm really not stoked on it, but this is something I need to work on. So I need to get these reps. That's important. And unfortunately, I have to do it on TV in front of people, which may get ugly. Nah, we'll take out that low. That's fine. Let's keep 2 on. It's a free trade. It's not quite because I dragged that too far. Yeah, we'll keep 2 on. We'll see if the seller can press, get down back into the overnight low, and ultimately I want this weekly VWAP. Chubby Panda, I don't want to press the green button today. We've sold out of all of it. Like everything is up here. The opening range is up here. It's the pivot's up here. The weekly open is above. Like I don't want to press the green button down here today. And on my higher time frame chart, we rejected the top of this balance. I mean, we're building a balance above. So yeah, this is something we can explain. So this is a previous balance area down here. We left it to the upside, retested it, left it again to the upside, and now we're building volume up here. So in the grand scheme of things, this is a bullish idea. But in the shorter term, we built volume up here, rejected it. Now we're down here. So if we're going to traverse this value, we should be coming back here to this weekly VWAP spot, which is on the other side of the value. So that's why I'm trying to get this shorter time frame trade in. These sellers. So it's so filled with disappointment. I like we're starting to spend time back in here though. I need to see this slope back down. Oh man, yeah, I just like stuck between these 2 massive people. Have I mentioned that I hate being short? Not in real life. I'm not short. I just mean in a trade. Are you guys talking about food, XY? Yeah, Shab and XY are having a casual conversation about snacks. Let me scroll back up. Talking banh mi's. We have the best banh mi sandwich in Pittsburgh. There's this lovely lady named Lucy who spends half of the year in Vietnam and then flies here for the other half. And she has a grill and a little tent in the Strip District, which is like a little market neighborhood. And she has she has the coolest website. It's something called like Is Lucy Here? And it's just a picture of her with the tent with a thumbs up if she's here and the tent empty if she's not here. So that's how you know if Lucy's around or not. But that's the best banh mi I've ever had. I don't know if she has a YouTube. I don't know. Waller signals firing Fed officials would be bad for the U.S. economy. Oh, that's so good. That's funny. Oh, yeah. Who would have thought, getting fired would be something that he would probably warn against? I'll have to see if Lucy has a YouTube. I would highly doubt it, Fatfish. Very highly doubt it. So we got stopped on that again. Couldn't push. That's a good call, XY. Seller's still up there. Yeah. Ooh, terrible fill. Step on it, you turkeys. Big sweep down. Somebody ate it all up, though. That entry's so bad. I swear I hit that. I swear I hit the button at 138. Cost me 5 points. Come on, seller. What's this 50 guy? 125. You still there? Yeah. Hmm. All that selling is just gonna shoot this to the moon if they can't figure out how to get rewarded for it. Let's see what happens when they fill this 125 spot. Kind of bid's kind of pulling off in front of it. It's also the 125 guy is taking over as the point of control. I don't know if the 110 guy is jealous, but it's possible. They might be having a contest. Okay, he's filled. And push past. Good. I mean, we're not even close to as far as we need to get with this push. Now we need to get into the -1. I'll take one at the IB too. Yeah, I'll just get out of it if they let me. Yep, now the bid's stacking back in. Okay. All right, free trade again. We'll try. Joey, can I change the points to dollar amount on the entry? No, I won't. I will not do that. You can though, I think, but I'm not going to do that. No. I do not like to see money signs while I'm in trades. I've built my risk around, my good bet sizing, and man, just bid right off of that again. But mentally for me, I need to see points. Yes, we might squeeze into the afternoon. I have no clue. Who knows what's going to happen? There's a billion Fed speakers. This is a ton of selling, but it's being met with buying. So no way to know. Coin flip down here. Oh, sure, Joey. Yeah, no worries. Yes, you can change that for sure. Yeah, it just I don't. It's just not good for me to see it, and I know that. XY likes to see it though. So, some people are good at trading P&L. Some people need it to be invisible. Big nothing burger. Carry on. Fed's Waller does not comment on economic outlook. I mean, being a Fed guy is probably pretty cushy. It's probably a good gig. Although you have to wear a suit. I don't know. That's a net negative for me. I like to wear sweatshirts, personally. I would maybe be more interested in a Fed speaker role if I could wear sweatshirts. Maybe there's room for like the Fetterman of the Fed, I could just wear Carhartt t-shirts, sweatpants. Fetterman of Feds. The people's Fed speaker. Someone to speak for the little guys. You don't think we take this current hour high? I have no idea. I have literally no way to know. All I know is a couple things. This move, the trend on the day, which is, I mean, look at this. We were 12 points away from taking the overnight high and didn't. And boy, was I grouchy about it because I was trying to take it out a lot. This is what made my day red right here, being wrong about this being bid. We made some of it back, but not very much because this was hard entry stuff. I didn't capitalize as much as I could have on those points. So now I'm just trying to get in and stay in for these lower targets. And I'm willing to be wrong, over and over again and pay for these trades. Just try to get a free entry into what could be 100 point, because we'll take that at the weekly VWAP. So that will help. That will help bring the day out of the dirt. But that's why I'm choosing to stay on the seller side, because we've got two-way tape down here. And whenever that happens, you don't know what's going to happen. Neither do I. So I try to stay on the side of, who. Nice. That was a fun candle. Wow. 203. 203 lots at 141. Came in and stepped on that. Trying to watch. I don't know what that bid was trying to prove there. Try again. You got this exhausted bubble, which is a good sign. Can lean on the other side of that. $11.47. I do have good news about today. The production team told me I can go as long as I want, so we might just try to trade all the way to the close. Yeah, a ton of selling into this 140 spot. Yeah, it's not fun. Young Bleezy. That's cool. That's a cool name. Ah, gross. Ah. Did you guys have plans for the day, production team? Did you have stuff to do? Hey, thanks, Bradley. Sav, no, I'm not addicted to streaming. I promise. Oh, yeah, no bathroom breaks. That's all part of the challenge. I'm sure. I mean, I've got enough soda water cans here. I could probably figure something out. What is my win rate? Currently, it's about 55% on the week. We're tracking my stats on this account. And so I just did you can watch it if you want to. In yesterday's episode, I went over May, what would that be? I think it was May 2nd to May 7th that week. I went over those stats. Had a pretty good win rate, profit factor a little low. I had one day when it's actually a lot like today, where I'm just trying to get free trades to grab this idea. So I ended up with win rate or profit factor of it was like 0.95 instead of what I shoot for, which is 1.35, 1.45, somewhere in there. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy? Yeah, there's some squeezy stuff going on. I mean, this is obviously some news candles. Don't worry, Savvy. You can go. You can go. Me and Austin we'll stay late and start pulling sound bites for when Jim comes back. He must have it in his contract that he's not allowed to have people take sound bites of him. I should have thought of that. Jim's a smart guy.
Whoa.
Matt, how do you switch the chart trader instrument to MNQ on the NQ chart? Oh, so it's tricky. Well, it's not tricky. You can Google it. There's instructions on the NinjaTrader website of how to install a second data instance. So there's two data instances running on this chart at the same time. And so I have the NQ instance, which is what is pulling all of the data. So we are looking at, NQ's delta, NQ's volume profile, but I'm trading MNQ, which is a data instance that's in the background, but completely hidden. So you just change all of your stuff to be transparent. So make the candles transparent, make the wicks transparent, go through and just change all the colorings of those things to transparent. That way you can trade MNQ on the chart that you're watching NQ on. Chris, should I be long? Is Chris telling people to be long? I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to buy the IB low. Maybe I should have. This was not encouraging down here. I saw no reason for it to turn around. Hey, no problem, Matt. I've learned many cool things about the NinjaTrader platform in this couple months of doing this. That being one of them. Because I do like to see the NQ stuff. All right, homie. Get some points today, Chris. I'm bleeding a little bit today. Red Friday. But you got to lose. You have to lose sometimes. It's important. If you want all the time, you wouldn't appreciate it as much. Maybe, I don't know. You probably would. It builds character. Sure, it does. That's what my dad used to tell me when I had to shovel the snow or do anything, mow the lawn. Builds character. It's a Calvin and Hobbes thing, I think. Do not go chasing the ghost of perfection. My dude. What a sick phrase. XY is such a smart guy. Is that true, Chubby Panda? What's the Dow doing? I don't have a YM chart pulled up. Sarah, when I was getting on, Sarah said that the Dow was extremely weak. And if ES is stronger than NQ, that would mean that the Dow is strong. Or at least stronger than NQ is. Seller still selling. And cracked past that 150 spot again. So that's why I got back in. And we're kind of getting like if this is a double distribution day, we're getting to the top of the value area. Stacking the bid though. Yep. So I mean, just watching this. Let me move this so you can see. A bit stacking up again. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good on that. I'm going to probably put a pin in this idea and be done. The thing about a red day is it can get redder. Now you guys are getting dinner? Oh, man. I'm missing everything. I definitely got to go to Jim's house now. He might not know I'm going to show up. But I'll put it on YouTube. We'll see what he's doing. 100% loss rate on Fridays. Yeah, Fridays are tough. And, I don't trade Fridays hardly ever. Because I am spent by the time I get to Friday. That's probably why I, executed so poorly up here. Trying to catch this rip to overnight high that never happened. I'm grateful I flipped here. But this trying these longs, this thing, no, wasn't great. Yeah. Yeah, a red day on Friday can ruin your weekend if you're not careful. But you shouldn't. You should try to get to the point where it's not doing that because that's not a healthy way to live. And you can do that by sizing appropriately, like you don't ever want to take a loss that makes you feel physically ill, because you can do that. I mean, that can happen if you oversize. And futures are, levered products. You can quickly oversize and get over your skis and do something stupid. How how you have worked on holding profits, not taking before target? Um, I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean. I have all my targets set to they're all based on my target profit factor pretty much. So that's why I put that bracket on. And if the first 3 hit, that will sort my profit factor on that trade so that my risk to reward ratio is in a good place, which is 1.4, 1.4, 1.45, somewhere in there. So I base it more on that than anything else, because I don't know where the market's going to go. So I don't spend a lot of time worrying about higher time frame targets. They're cool if they happen, but that's normally just something I'll hold a runner for. Yep. Well, I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. It was a cool Friday. Oh, Khan's long, good. Chris is long. Everybody's long from the low. That's great. I love it. Finally got my view up touch. I am gonna take that trade, but it's time to give the production team the break that they so well deserve. We can all go enjoy our weekend. Thank you guys so much. Be sure to tune in Sunday at Globex Open for Nick's Globex show. when I'll be there chilling in the chat. Yeah, and then we're on all week next week. Same-ish schedule. I got Monday. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday next week, and then order flow gang will be on our usual times, trading the close. I will try. If you want me to stay until Monday, what would we do? The market is closed. I guess we could switch to the Bitcoin. But yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. Have a good weekend, and the most important message of the day is stay safe out there and take care of each other. See you later.